the light on? Are we live? We are live. Okay. Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. This is the January 10th, 2024 regular meeting of the City of Beaumont Planning Commission. We'll call the meeting to order tonight at 6:16 p.m. Can I get a roll call attendance, please?
Commissioner Garay,
Present.
Commissioner Southard, Commissioner Cooley,
Here.
Commissioner Stevens,
Here.
Chairman Smith.
Here. Do we have any requests for excused absences at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. If you will join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Garay?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the
Chairman, if I may, I should have chimed in a moment ago under attendance. I did speak with Commissioner Southard, and since he is recused from this item, he will be joining us at some point much later in the evening for the reorganization of commission, but is not in attendance for this item.
Thank you. All right, do we have any adjustments to the agenda tonight? None? Okay. Any conflicts of interest for disclosure? Other than the one that already was? All right. So a quick announcement, the public restrooms are currently under construction. If you need to use the restroom, please contact a staff member for access to the admin offices. Anticipate that we'll probably have a break or two tonight, as we kind of go through there.
We do have the gym restroom open as well this evening.
Okay, so the gym restroom is open if anybody needs to use the facilities. All right, with that, we'll move to the public comment period for items not on the agenda. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Do we have any requests to speak for items not on the agenda at this time?
Yes, sir, I do have one. Let me check the phone lines while I pull this up. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line for this portion of the agenda?
I have no callers on the line.
Comment is from Ron Roy. It says regarding recusal of planning commissioners involved in warehouses. I'm concerned with the two newly appointed planning commissioners may have conflict of interest regarding warehouse projects that are and will be under review. One of the new appointees has formerly worked for former Supervisor Jeff Hewitt as a legislative assistant and policy advisor from 2018 to 2023. At a time in 2019 when Hewitt singularly pushed to gut Riverside County's Good Neighbor policy directed at warehouse and logistics, originally meant to protect residential communities from the harmful effects of nearby warehouses. Hewitt called for a proposed 1,000-foot buffer between large warehouses and homes to be reduced to only 300 feet, rendering the policy useless. In the words of one supervisor, the standards that were adopted are really no standards at all. In my opinion, Hewitt's actions showed a clear bias towards the warehouse and logistics industry at the expense of the health and safety of residents who live near warehouses. The commissioner's background may cause conflicts where warehouse projects involve buffering sensitive receptor communities near a project. As a legislative advisor, this individual could have worked directly with Hewitt in drafting Hewitt's version. Therefore, I am asking if the commissioner would explain his role here and also any contacts he's made with the warehouse developers or individuals or entities associated with these developers, and consider recusing himself from the applications for Beaumont warehouses, including tonight's Beaumont Point warehouse project, if there's a conflict of interest. Also, if the commissioner could also explain whether he supports warehouses in the Pass area in general. I appreciate that other recent commissioner appointee who has worked as a public information and legislative affairs officer for the cities of Banning and Menifee, a public relations firm, and for former California State Senator Jim Brulte, and who currently operates a consulting firm which may be working with warehouse developers, has recused himself from hearings involving warehouse projects to avoid any possible conflicts. Thank you, Ron Roy.
Thank you. Any other requests for items not on the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. Moving on to Section C, action items, public hearings, and requests. C1, approval of the minutes. You have any comments on the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gray,
I wasn't here that day. Can I still vote on that?
you can.
Yeah. Then I move to approve.
Well, no, we've already moved. so
Oh, then
it's
yes.
vote.
Yes, yeah. Move to approve, yeah.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Yes. All right, item C2 is conditional use permit CUP 2023-0077 for, is it ATOS or Atos? Atos Jiu-Jitsu Academy located at 1620 East 2nd Street. Take a staff report, please.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. An application for a CUP for a Jiu-Jitsu Training Academy was submitted to the city on November 13th, 2023. A public notice was placed in the press enterprise and property owners within 300 feet were notified of this public hearing. At this time, staff has not received any comments from the public. The municipal code allows for commercial athletic facilities subject to the approval of a conditional use permit. The property is zone specific plan and has a general plan land use designation of general commercial. The surrounding properties have a similar zoning and land use designation. The site is located within the Marketplace Beaumont specific plan, and the site is currently developed with an existing vacant suite formerly Anytime Fitness. The applicant is proposing a tenant improvement for a bathroom remodel in the existing space. The proposed hours of operation are 7 days a week between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. They plan to offer 7 to 8 classes daily, strategically timed to cater to working individuals and school hours, as indicated in the applicant's submittal letter, attachment H, in your staff report. The project is exempt from CEQA as it qualifies for a Class 1 existing facilities categorical exemption. The required CUP findings can be adequately met and are included in the staff report. At this time, staff recommends that PC holds a public hearing, approve CUP 2023-0077, subject to the proposed conditions of approval, and direct staff to prepare an NOE for the applicant to record with the county clerk. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and the business owner is in attendance tonight as well.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions for staff? No questions? All right, so this is taking over Anytime Fitness's spot, correct? Yeah, okay. With that, any questions we'll open the public hearing then at 6:24. Are there is the applicant present? You said, any questions for the applicant tonight? Is there anything you'd like to say, or if you're more than welcome? Oh, yeah, if you could come up.
If you could come to the mic, please. That's okay.
Hello? Okay, sorry. My name is Andre Galval. I'm multiple-time world champion in Jiu-Jitsu. I have a well-known team in Jiu-Jitsu, and I want to bring our Jiu-Jitsu team here to the city of Beaumont. We have a gym very well-known worldwide. I travel all over the world. I'm very well-known in the sport. I'm from Brazil originally. Moved to the United States in 2010 and opened up the Atos Jiu-Jitsu headquarters in San Diego, California, where we have 750 students nowadays. And we're growing, right? The sport of Jiu-Jitsu helps the community, and we would like to help the community of Beaumont, also the first responders, right? Everyone that's in charge of the city, and definitely we want to take the sport of Jiu-Jitsu to the next level here in the city of Beaumont with the Sears work, especially for kids. We have amazing kids program. We became like a kids Pan Am champion like multiple times. So we have a great team. So I'm really excited to start our business here in Beaumont, California. And I can't wait to see like the project done. And I would like to just thank you guys for all of this. I know like it took a couple months, right, to get approval, but I'm really excited to go full mode and change like a lot of lives here in the city of Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, with that, we will then close the public hearing at 6:26. Any comments, discussion up here? No? No?
I just want to say it's great to see businesses come into town and especially to get people moving. So you might see me there as well. So thank you for coming to Beaumont.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve CUP 2023-0077 for the Atos Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Yes. So officially, congratulations. We look forward to you being here. All right. Next item, item C3, the Beaumont Point project, which includes 9 separate applications regarding a 241.2 acres of unincorporated properties within the Beaumont sphere of influence. This item was continued from the November 29th, 2023 hearing. I think I will defer to Christina. We'll start there. I have a couple comments, and then we'll continue with the hearing.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Commissioners. Christina Taylor, Deputy City Manager, presenting on the Beaumont Point project this evening. As Chairman Smith said, this item was continued from November Planning Commission meeting. At that time, Commission heard staff reports and public comment regarding annexation, general plan amendment, pre-zoning, specific plan, parcel maps, sign programs, EIRs, and all of the other associated items that go along with the proposed Beaumont Point project. This project was publicly noticed in the newspaper in accordance with requirements by law and was continued to a date certain at that November meeting, which is tonight, January 10th, 2024. At the commission meeting in November, Commission had some questions of staff, which included some additional information, some clarification, some possible additional revisions to aesthetic components of the project, paint colors and things like that, along with a number of other items. So the meeting was continued in order to give staff and the applicant adequate time to address these issues and bring the information back to Commission this evening. So there will be no new staff report, no new information presented this evening. The intent is to continue the discussion from the last meeting that Commission was having and to allow Commission the opportunity to speak with the applicant and have them present the responses to the questions that were posed by Commission at the last meeting. As always, I'm available here to answer any questions, guide the conversation. We have a number of staff here, including Deputy Fire Marshal, Assistant Fire Marshal, Public Works Director, planning staff, and a slew of technical experts on a number of fields as well. So we're all here at the Commission's disposal to help facilitate the conversation.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments to add to that as well. The last meeting, yes, we opened the public hearing, we had public testimony. All comments at the previous meeting are still a part of this hearing. They are valid, they are a part of the public record. I have my notes on them. We had I track who's, number of people opposed, number of people in support, where they come from, union speakers, in-person speakers, phone speakers, this kind of stuff. The comments at the previous meeting are still a relevant part of this hearing moving forward. The public hearing was opened and closed at that time. We had gotten to a point for deliberation. And you're right, I think that there were still some overarching questions that commission had, generally relating to, I think, fire. There were still open questions about fire and access, safety, visual characteristics. And, there might have been a couple of open items dealing with traffic, some of the conditions and so forth. I know we had not had a point at the previous meeting to start discussing conditions of approval specifically for the project. We were talking more in the broad statements. That's kind of my quick recollection. I wanted to see if I was with other commissioners, if, that is generally consistent with what your place was, or if I'm missing anything else. Generally consistent?
Yes, I'd just like to add, Chair, if we could, when we have the applicant come up, we can maybe list the items that we had concerns with individually, so they can maybe go one by one.
That's my intent.
To get them dropped in. So some of them, for me, for example, we did talk about the aesthetics. So it was definitely the tree line. We were expecting them to also drop the project lower, so it's away from the visibility. We also talked about signages, and they were gonna come up and bring actual options for us, differing from the ones they presented last time, as well as the fire department piece, which is a very integral part that you brought up. So
Okay.
I definitely want those to be brought up.
Thank you.
I concur. Those are the three that we talked about that we would like addressed. And also, is this monitor supposed to be on?
I don't know. Usually it is.
Okay.
I can hear nothing.
For the commission's benefit, staff and the applicant have worked, and we have a matrix that we've spent the last few weeks going through that does identify the questions commission had. So we will address them systematically through the presentation. It's one of the wonders of having YouTube now. We can go back and watch over and over and over
Right.
again to make sure everything has been accounted for.
So my thought on this is, yes, obviously we will go through and kind of tackle these questions as they came up that we still had. I don't think we had gotten to the point where we were fully deliberating after we had that information on, full merits and positions and what our next action was going to be up to this point. Just for the sake of, making sure that we're covering all the bases, like I said, the public hearing was opened and it was closed. All comments made at the previous meeting are still a valid and continue to be a piece of this record. We do have, lots of items on the agenda. I do want to afford an opportunity for people who did not have an opportunity to speak at the last meeting, to do the same, to add to the public record. If you did have an opportunity to speak, I do ask that you allow for others who may not have to do so, and then we can move into getting our questions answered and the deliberation continued. Just out of abundance of caution and, full clarity.
Chairman, can I also comment and let the public know, this is not the final hearing for this project.
I was gonna get to that. No, but please go ahead.
So the Planning Commission's role this evening is to forward a recommendation to the City Council. When this item is heard before the City Council, it will be through another public hearing process. So it will be re-noticed, both in the newspaper, on the city's website. 300-foot radius mailing will take place, just like we're required to do for all public hearings. And the opportunity for the public to both email and call staff to have their comments put into the record for City Council will be available from this point forward through the hearing at council, as well as the opportunity for public to speak in person to City Council when this item is heard.
Yep. So yeah, for commission, potential actions tonight include recommendations to council. Just in that form. All right, so like I said, I've got my notes, I have my public record on here. Anybody who knows me personally knows, I'm very much of a, so if we can add to the record, I would love to hear additional comments. If you've had a chance to speak, I do ask to allow for others who did not have an opportunity to join so. So with that, I think we'll have some public comment.
So what I'll do is I will call the first three names. I do have one emailed comment, so I'll read that
Okay.
to allow for time. I have Kathy Craven, Gracie Luna, Jerry Monahan. If you could start to line up at the podium if you would still like to speak, and I will read the first written comment. This comment is from Rick Craven. Greetings, Nicole, Beaumont Planning Commission and residents. I submitted a previous response on November 29th, 2023 regarding the Jackrabbit Trail proposed development. My response stands and wish to resubmit as a voice against turning our area into warehouses. Just because we are unincorporated does not mean you can destroy this beautiful area at whim. These are open spaces, look out into the desert away from civilization, not in the few remaining pristine areas to destroy them with these behemoth structures that will forever mar our way of life here. We moved here for the beautiful views and spaces, not to have warehouses. Example, Cherry Valley Warehouse that went against the will of the people, but got strong armed by financial giants for selfish profits, only to sell and leave the area before completion, litter the area with large structures and clogged roadways. Why are we having another hearing? Did we not make our point known then? Did you not get what you wanted, so you need to try again? A resounding no to this. Save our area, find an area where nobody lives far away from people. There's open spaces there. Don't clog us with these structures near and where we live and call it an improvement, for it is not. Just because we are unincorporated does not mean you can change the laws for your selfish greed, make a profit and leave. Shame on you as elected officials. Represent your people, not the pocketbooks. Remember, government by people, for the people, not government by money for large investors who are investing for themselves, not the well-being of the community. Thank you for standing up for the area citizens, and shame on those responsible for those that did on Cherry Valley Boulevard. This was a reprehensible greed. No more of that in this region. Thanks again for standing up for us, the citizens. Regards, Rick Craven.
My name is Kathy Craven, and I did speak last time, and I have some more to add to it. Last time we came, this entire room was flooded, and I understand they want the jobs, but it was flooded by people who don't even live in Beaumont. If we're here as citizens, we should not be in another room. That's just the first thing. Second of all, it's not on the people of Beaumont to provide jobs for other people that don't live in this city. I'm appalled at last time when I listened to every one of the speakers say that they wanted to put food on the table for their families, have a good roof over the head for their families. It's admirable, but it's not on the backs of the Beaumont citizens. They, all of them are here paid tonight. We're not. If this does go through, and it looks like it will, I would like to ask that it be a phased progression. First, the hotel should be built, the restaurant should be built, and whatever fun zone they deem that they're going to put in there. Then the warehouse. This needs to be done so that they can come through and complete everything that they're promising. You can look out in Beaumont, Four Seasons, when it was built, the builder didn't complete everything they were supposed to do based off of the specific plan. In Banning, which is, I get isn't us, but Sun Lakes Boulevard should have gone through to Sunset. It didn't. We still have all the traffic that we're dealing with there. The other thing is, if we don't have a demographic that we're told time and time again we don't, to get a decent restaurant in this place, how is there going to be even a need for a cafe in front of a warehouse? In the last meeting, the builder said that they were going to leave a lot of open space. There's open space right there now. So putting a 500 or 5 million square foot warehouse in there is not going to make it any better. Lastly, where is the plan for the infrastructure to build all of this? It's great that they want to put it in there. It's private property, and I understand people can do what they want with their property. However, right now, there's no no room for anybody to drive on Highland Springs, on Beaumont Avenue. You sit there for 20 minutes to go a half a mile. So I'd like to see that plan put into place. And again, I understand these guys want to put food on the table, but it's not at the backs of us, and it's not mercenaries for blood money to come in here and destroy the land that's here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Monahan. I've lived in Beaumont for 16 years and Riverside County for 58 years. I was here at the last meeting. I look around and a lot of union people represented, not so much the orange shirts that were here last time. Some of them are in the other room. Most don't live in this area. I know that they've said over and over again in the past that they want to provide for their families. I agree with that, and I support that. But I don't think they should do it on the back of the Beaumont citizens. The guys that are going to be working in the warehouse concept is going to be, they're going to come and go. They're union jobs. They'll be somewhere else. And in the meantime, we're going to be left with heavy traffic, poor air quality, and probably we're going to have decreasing home values, maybe minimal increase, but mostly decrease, I think. The developer at Beaumont Point should take the time, build the restaurants first, any of the recreation facilities, so that they'll at least be done and not at the end, because if the warehouse is going to support those restaurants or people are going to come to do that, I can't imagine they're going to come to the warehouse and wait 2 years for a restaurant to be made or built. The employees that are going to be hired at those places are not going to be the high-paid union jobs. Those jobs are going to be lower paid, and the guys that are in the unions, which I support, I was a union worker when I was employed most of my life. But the people that are there at the warehouse and those restaurants are not going to be them. They're going to move on to LA, Orange County, wherever they go, and it's going to be another, they'll build another concrete masterpiece called a warehouse somewhere else. We don't need another warehouse. I don't think all the warehouse space is being utilized now, and I encourage you guys to vote no on Beaumont Point. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you.
I'll check with the phone line. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay. Go ahead and send them through. In the meantime, Ralph Velador, Alex Zamora, and Lynette Smilak.
We'll go with the caller on the
Wait just a
phone
minute, we're
first.
going to go with the caller first. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Go right ahead, you're on with Planning Commission.
Thank you. Yes, this is Ron Roy from Fairway Canyon. Warehouse developers have a notorious history of scheduling hearings at the most inopportune times for residents, often during the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, when families are more concerned about gathering together than fighting an unwanted project. Beaumont Point is a case in point. However, given the size and the scope of this project, I want to thank the Commission for continuing this matter, and for good reason. However, the zeal to push for tonight so soon after the holidays, in my view, is inappropriate, as it makes it more difficult for residents to have the reasonable time they need to review the extensive documentation and revisions on this project. Rescheduling to the end of this month would have been better. I hope you can still hear me. Okay. I have submitted written comments for the record, which I'm summarizing a few points here. Just because parcels of land are cheap and accessible doesn't automatically qualify them as appropriate land uses for warehouses, especially if there are better long-term land uses, which balance our economy and diversify our land use choices, or when warehouses threaten the nearby residential communities where families and seniors work, live, go to school, engage in outdoor activities, or shop. Our communities will be subjected to the harmful effects of the Beaumont Point Warehouse project. One thing I've learned about warehouse developers is that they've never submitted an EIR that has arrived at the conclusion that a warehouse project should not be built. Not once. So that should be a heads up. Now, regarding the EIR, there are numerous examples of incorrect, incomplete, and misleading claims. For example, the MMRP, where the developer makes erroneous claims about whether there will be significant impacts and whether mitigations will be required. For example, aesthetics. Scenic vistas will definitely be impacted. Also, they ignore light pollution, or that the project would not produce substantial light or glare. And importantly for me, light pollution is more than just an aesthetic concern, but should be its own environmental issue like noise and air pollution. Air quality. Sensitive receptors, they ignore the significant exposure to sensitive receptors. As for greenhouse gas emissions, the report ignores the specific nitrogen oxide and other greenhouse gas emissions from the diesel big rig trucks, which will be the predominant source of air pollution. Seismicity. They need to identify the impacts of the numerous faults in the area, such as nearby San Andreas. Wildfire. The report ignores the recent wildfire history in the South Hills in the past, the historic high winds and topography. Also, on-site fire suppression in and outside of each building needs to be addressed. Warehouse goods, packaging, and storage systems are highly flammable and pose unique dangers for our firefighters and can easily spread to nearby communities. Also, you need multiple fire access.
1 second.
For
there's
example,
a beeping. I'm
how
not
many?
sure what that is.
It's the timer.
Okay, this is my
That's the
final one,
timer?
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so an additional fire exit onto SR 60 at the northwest corner of the project and a dedicated emergency access road along the northern boundary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me tonight, Chair, Planning Commission. I'm here on behalf of the Southern California District Council of Labor's International Union North America. We want you to know that we fully support this project, just like the countless folks that are outside and the folks that are behind me. Because not every day do developers care about the people that build their projects like this developer does. Their care images as ours by saying that they want to make sure that the contractors which they use pay decent wages, mortgage-paying wages. We look around America today and we talk about there's not good jobs. People here today are going to talk about there's not very many good jobs, that it's not going to bring good jobs. But why are they trying to eliminate that possibility of us having a good job to build the project, to put the project out, and for them to build the infrastructure needed to get there? Because as America grows, we have to make sure that this infrastructure gets put in, right? This city is going to grow. It's inevitable. America's going to grow. And we want to make sure that that infrastructure is put in. This developer is going to make sure that it's put in. It's going to make sure that those are decent mortgage-paying wages, they're dignified wages with benefits, and that's all we're here for. We would have many more members here today, but they have to drive far away to Orange County and Los Angeles to work. Well, our members do live right here in the community and surrounding communities, but we want to work in our own community. So the decision you make today really, really does make a difference to us. It's important to us. Please send this on to the City Council so that we can keep on building Beaumont and we can keep developers like this in our city that build union projects. And not all projects have to be union, but you know what? They make sure they are because they believe in what they do. They believe in hiring good union contractors because they know those union contractors pay a dignified wage. I want to say that again, a dignified wage with benefits. Not everybody's doing that today. They didn't have to make that decision on the things they build, but they did because it's important to them. And I hope it's just as important to you. Thank you.
Sir, can I get your name for the record?
Ralph Velador.
Thank you.
If we could please hold applause. We've been very good at the last meeting, throughout that with holding that, make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. So if we can please hold any applause.
I think you can hear me now. I was here before. I think the important question, or one of the important questions to ask, Why are cities, Redlands, Fontana, and others decided they want a moratorium on warehouses? Because the bad things outweighed the good things. Okay, your builders, yes, they have a good union. What happens when they leave? For example, AB 707, bills mandating certain working conditions. Why has that been brought to the assembly? All right, this project is still under the 300-foot buffer. There's a good chance that AB 2840 will pass, which mandates a 1,000-foot buffer. Okay, my question too, do these union people actually live in the area? I live in the Four Seasons. You've already heard 3 of my neighbors. The other thing, traffic. Highland Springs is already horrible, which they've already said. But the problem, if you go up to Sunset and then come back, and you try to come back on Ramsey, make a left on Highland Springs, that takes you about 4 or 5 lights. The other thing I'm noticing is the traffic on the 10 spilling onto the freeway. That scares the H out of me. And also the railroad impacting, if you use 6th Street. Okay, I sat 45 minutes, maybe more than an hour. This one train, it stopped, then it went a little bit, stopped. As soon as that one finally cleared, guess what? There was another one in the opposite direction. So asking people to use alternate exits isn't a good solution. And of course, we have the whole thing with the air. The banning point, the EIR for that did not even take into consideration Highland Springs, the traffic there. When is enough enough? Please do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Next 3 is J.R. Ortiz, Salvador. I'm sorry, I don't want to mess up your last name. Starts with an A. And Mike Stamper.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in support of the Beaumont Point project. Simply bringing 541 acres of land into Beaumont is definitely a win. It's a slam dunk. This means not only future tax revenues will come into our city, meaning better schools and social services, but it will also bring jobs to our families, friends, and neighbors to sustain their lives and livelihoods. Beaumont is a place where we come together to see better outcomes, and that's exactly what this project promises, better outcomes for our people. This project also features around 5 million square feet of industrial employment. That means hundreds of men and women able to provide for their families. Generations can look back at this moment and say, thank you for providing a job, for my dad or for my mother, for giving my mom an opportunity to provide for me and my brothers and sisters. 5 million square feet of this opportunity doesn't just happen on its own out here. It happens when private development gets approval by local government. So please approve this project for our families of Beaumont. Thank you, and God bless.
Sir, can I get your name for the record?
J.R. Ortiz.
Thank you. Salvador or Mike?
Either
Stamper?
one.
Good evening. How you all doing? My name is Salvador Amezquita. I'm a representative for the carpenters here in Riverside County. I'm here representing my brothers that actually live in the city. We have a couple of them in the other room. Obviously, they couldn't make it in here. But yeah, we have members that live in the area, in the city, that are commuting to LA, Orange County, San Diego, and projects like these bring a rare opportunity to work close to the house. We have members from here to the Coachella Valley that could really, utilize the work. We don't often get responsible developers that come around and, pay prevailing wage, sign contractors that hire union. So we just want to, show support for those who, support us, and hope that, you as a planning commission also support us. Thank you.
My name is Michael Stamper. I live here in Beaumont. I've been here since '95. It's been a great community to raise kids in. It's brought a lot of opportunity when I see that the industry is coming this way. And my family and I have had a good living off what we do. I also believe that I helped with a lot of the projects over here to do with Amazon, and they did a great job there with all the planning. I work for the crane company that puts up the walls, and I believe you guys have a tough job to do, but I also believe that, you guys do the right thing. And being the location of where this building is, I don't think it's going to affect the Beaumont community. It's in a good spot. It's right there off the freeway. I believe that it'll improve the city, and I also believe that, with the things that are coming with it, we'll bring other good things. So I hope you vote yes and do the right thing.
Last speaker.
Please, a little applause.
Last speaker is Louis Lopez.
Good evening, commissioners, staff, community. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I actually have to get up here and correct or respond to a couple of things. Not one of these members behind me are getting paid. They're getting paid. I'd have probably 500 members here, and that's no doubt. Not one of us, I actually have 7. I went out back there, I had a count. 7 of them live here in Beaumont. The rest of us, I think there's one person that lives further than me. I think he said 23 minutes it took him to get here. And that was with traffic. So I just, as a business agent for the Ironworkers Local 433, I represent over 5,000 members. And jobs like this give an opportunity. I also serve on the Workforce Development Board. I know it's for San Bernardino County, but there's so many communities. Myself, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, combat veteran. I have another veteran, actually 2 veterans. Mike didn't say that he was a veteran too. Actually, I'm sorry, there was another Marine right there, I forgot. 4 of us veterans. So I could share with you that when I came back, I had just as much anxiety coming back that I had going to Somalia. Actually, Somalia was my second tour. I went to the Gulf before that. But being able to be embraced by a skilled and trained workforce, an apprenticeship program, it allowed me to represent these men because of the leadership skills that I got from the military, and just be able to just instill with men and women with their future, with the apprenticeship program, giving them a 4-year degree with our apprenticeship to get out there and build buildings such as like this with a safe atmosphere. The other thing is, like I said, veterans, I noticed there's a sign out front about a veterans Thank you, for a job fair. We also work with Helmets to Hard Hats. So I think it's a great thing, but it's also projects like this that help get those jobs so that these members or veterans can actually take step on their first job. I also look at this as cutting off the future. I mean, the next generation. I mean, if we don't build projects like this, what are we leaving them? The resources for jobs. I love the fact that we're getting well-paid union wages. But we also need the opportunity to engage with those after the buildings are built, for those members to also fight to be unionized too. We can't do that unless we have the opportunity to do that. I ask wholeheartedly and humbly that this commission send this with your full approval to the city council, and may God continue to bless the city of Beaumont. Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
Okay,
I have no other callers on the line.
all right.
No more comments.
So thank you. So let's bring that back up here for commission discussion at this time. Commissioner Gray, as you suggested, I think it's appropriate if we kind of tackle the open questions we had from the last hearing individually as we go through. Do you want to start with fire?
Well, actually, I think she had made a comment about the matrix that they had been working on, so why don't we let them talk about what they have, and
Okay.
that way I think the applicant will be a little better prepared to answer those
Yeah,
questions.
my recommendation would actually be if you would like to turn it over to the applicant, they have an organized, like I said, systematic presentation to address each one of the comments for you guys. It includes some visual aids that can be shown up on the screen, which I think will help with some of the questions that were asked. So I'll defer to you, Chairman, but that would be staff's recommendation.
Okay. Is the commission good with that? Okay, we'll continue that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. Joel Morse, T&B Planning, representing the applicant in this action. I made it onto the starting team tonight. Last time I was in off the bench. So when we appeared before you on November 29th, we had a wide-ranging discussion with the commission and the applicant and the community about a wide range of issues that were of concern to the commission, and also commission requested a number of changes. Between November and this evening, the team's been implemented those changes into the specific plan. I'm going to share those with you. We also have provided addressed the issues that you talked about and were concerned about, and so we've brought to you some answers that we believe satisfy the questions. We provided staff with a comprehensive package of the answers, but I'll present them tonight to you directly. Let's see, I turned it on. There we go. Okay, first let's talk about modifications to the specific plan. The commission requested that the curb dimensions of Entertainment Way be increased to the size of Jackrabbit Trail from 50 to 56 feet wide, and we did that, and we've provided staff with the revised cross-section of Entertainment Way. So it's now 56 feet as the commission requested. The commission requested that we lower the site, or we look at lowering the site. We did look at lowering the site, in fact, on the grading. The challenge that we run into is that the limits of disturbance for the MSHCP, how much land we had to donate to the MSHCP, and that line is an established line that took over a year to get the RCA to agree to. And there really wasn't an effective way to modify the grading significantly without impacting that line. And so the answer is we looked at it, we really couldn't do it, and we're sorry, but it just created more problems. In response to Planning Commission requests, the team made changes to the permitted use tables. There was questions about what the review procedure was for 6 specific uses that the commission wanted changed. We looked at those, we changed and modified those procedures. We also deleted 1 use that the commission requested that we delete, and we prepared definitions for 8 uses which the commission identified for us during the last hearing. It's important to note that regardless of the use and regardless of the definition, every use going forward in the specific plan will require whether it's under a CUP or by right, will require a plot plan review by the city. So, and those plot plans will have to show conformance with the applicable development standards in the specific plan and or in the city zoning ordinance. The proposed freeway-oriented sign acts as a welcoming gateway to the city of Beaumont for travelers heading west on the 60. During November hearing, the commission identified that the pylon sign currently in the specific plan did not create the kind of recognizable city statement that appropriate for this location, and requested that the team revise the sign design. The image at the left is the sign that we showed you in November. The image on the right is a revised version which prominently includes and highlights the City of Beaumont name along the top, providing the city with the recognition we believe the commission is requiring or requesting. The commission requested that the landscaping along the northern boundary of the site provide a strong visual buffer for travelers on Highway 60, and more importantly, to screen the project to a greater extent for the residential neighborhoods to the north and northeast. Specifically, the commission requested larger trees and closer spacing to improve the screening characteristics of that landscaping. And we have responded with this revised landscaping plan consistent with the intent of the plus policy. The challenge we run into here is the conflicting goals and purposes between the heavy landscaping on a slope in a high fire hazard area and high fire hazards. And we'll talk in a minute about the fire protection plan and how those two interact. But what we have done is increase the size of the trees. This new plan, we'll go back one second. The landscape plan is the result of a collaboration between the landscape architect and the fire protection consultant to ensure it's consistent with the fire safety requirements, in this case, the fire protection plan. This new plan requires 50% of all the trees to be 36-inch boxes compared to the 24-inch boxes that were required previously. The plan uses trees planted 25 feet on center in offset rows, planted at different elevations along the slope and pad areas to create visually dense, natural-looking vegetation for more effective screening. The plan itself and the FPP, the fire protection plan, also requires routine trimming and other activities to keep the landscaping safe from a fire standpoint. But if you look at this carefully, you'll see if you're looking from the north towards the project, from the top of the page down, you'll notice that this is a solid screen of trees, essentially. And as they grow, they will get larger, and we'll show you some pictures with some visual sims about the sizes and what they look like 5 years and 10 years from now. But it substantially increased the size of the trees and the overall density of the landscaping. In response to Planning Commission comments, the applicant revised the color palette for the industrial buildings from light tones and gray tones to earth tones within the specific plan. These building elevations reflect the new color palette as shown here and will be inserted into the specific plan to illustrate the intent. We expect that these earth tones will result in the buildings blending better with the background and landscape screening and be more effective, and both of those be more effective. Again, it's important to note that all project building and architecture design and colors will be reviewed and approved by the city as part of the plot plan review that every part of the project goes through, every new building will go through. So this is what they're going to look like in general. This is an overall concept. Each one will be slightly different, but you get the idea that there's a variety of surfaces, there's a variety of colors, there's bump outs, there's windows, and so this is an interesting architecture given that it's an industrial building. Let's take a look at the information let's take a look at the information the Commission had questions about, specific questions about at the November hearing. The Commission expressed concern regarding the view of the project from the residential neighborhoods to the north. In response, we prepared photo simulations from 5 locations, and the locations were recommended by the staff. These photo simulations are utilized, when you see the simulations, they utilize the new landscaping plan and the new building elevations I just showed you. These locations range from about 1,600 feet from the site at Tuckwood Canyon and Oak Valley, Tuckwood Canyon Parkway in Oak Valley, to over 5,000 feet from the site at Palmer Avenue at Oak Valley Parkway. The building at the bottom, that big white thing, that's Amazon. We prepared 2 photo simulations for each location, one with landscaping shown at 5 years and one at 10 years. Now let's take a look at those. This first view is looking northwest from the trail at the end of Tuscany Place in the Olivewood neighborhood. Beaumont Point is about 2,700 feet, or about half a mile from this location. You can just make it out if you squint above the curve of the trail. The very obvious building on the left is the existing Amazon facility, which is only 1,000 feet from that location. This is the same view at the 10-year. Again, before it's a quarter mile away, very little that you can tell on the difference because you already could hardly see it. This is a 5-year simulation at Artisan Place, looking south from the trail at the end of Artisan Place to the Olivewood neighborhood. The proposed Beaumont Point Hotel is about 2,100 feet from this location, and the remaining portions of the site are between 2,200 and 2,600 feet away. The hotel is visible on the left-hand side of the screen, as it needs to be for marketing purposes, needs to be visible from the freeway. But the industrial buildings are nearly indistinct due to the landscaping and the earth tone paint palette. So this is the same view at year 10. Note that with the exception of the hotel, none of the buildings are visible due to the increased landscaping and the earth tone paint palette. This simulation is at Tuckwit Canyon Road and Oak Valley Parkway in the Fairway Canyon community. The proposed hotel is almost a mile away, and you can see it in the center right of the picture. The industrial buildings are approximately 1,600 feet away and are well screened with landscaping, while the earth tone paint palette reduces the intrusiveness of the buildings. Are they invisible? No. But you can't see the trucks, you can't see the truck bays, you can't see the aprons. All you see is the tops of the buildings, and that's at 5 years. At 10 years, this is the same view. The hotel is no longer visible, and the landscaping screens the industrial buildings almost entirely, and the earth tones allow them to blend into the screening. Please keep in mind, again, I want to remind you of the balancing act between the landscaping plan and the fire management plans. They are in conflict by nature. I guess that's a joke. By nature, they are in conflict. But they are naturally conflicting because we would prefer, and you would prefer, as much landscaping as possible, but the fire department won't allow it, and it's not safe. And we're going to talk about the safety momentarily. This is the 5-year plan. This is the 5-year view at looking south from Palmer Avenue at Oak Valley Parkway. The only visible clue that Beaumont Point is more than a mile away and is not visible in this view. The only visible clue that Beaumont Point exists from this location is the change of the shape of the hill under the streetlight, the distant streetlight. And you see we've provided you the inset, which shows you the before and after. So the before is the inset, and the after is the bigger picture. But again, can't see the project from this location. This 10-year view, of course, you can't see the project. I think this is the last one. This is the 5-year view looking southwest at Tuckwit Canyon Parkway and Roxy Road in the Fairview Canyon neighborhood. The closest visible building in Beaumont Point is approximately 1 mile away and is barely visible. The landscaping effectively screens the buildings while the earth tone colors allow them to become part of the screening. This is the same view, 10 years of growth. Again, we're just over a mile from the closest building. The landscaping effectively screens the buildings while the earth tone colors allow them to become a part of the landscaping. Okay, let's talk about the truck routes. This was another concern that the commission had, and that was primarily expressed in how are you going to stop trucks from using Oak Valley Parkway and Potrero to cut through the neighborhood, cut through the community before the interchange is built, and even after the interchange is built, okay? So the commission asked how we would do that, and the way we would like to do this, and we offer it to the city, and to be required as a condition of approval of the project, if the city wants to do this, is to create a truck traffic management plan. And what this does is it establishes a designated traffic coordinator at the project. That's the person the city calls when there's a problem. It identifies the allowed truck routes. It provides the truck routes maps to all drivers, and it prohibits specifically trucks driving on specific routes. In this case, we're talking about Potrero and Oak Valley Parkway, north of the freeway. It could be any number of routes if the city had some concerns about specific routes. How do we enforce it? Well, there's a number of ways. The lease provisions specifying conformance with the plan. It is going to be in the lease of the people taking control of the structures. And there will be escalating financial penalties for violations. So it will be in their best interest to enforce the plan with the drivers, with the companies and the drivers they deal with. The CC&Rs with truck routes and penalty, the CC&Rs will include the truck routes and the penalties. So everybody's agreeing how they're going to handle this. And the city could be, and I say would here, but could be a third-party beneficiary with enforcement rights. Again, we're offering this up as a solution to the problem that the commission identified. We think that problem will probably go away, although with no guarantee of that, once the freeway is completed, the freeway interchange is completed. Okay, let's get into fire hazards, and I'm going to just raise this up so I'm not fighting it. Okay. Ensuring fire safety has always been a key consideration with the project. In fact, we prepared 3 fire safety related reports for the project before the last hearing as part of the EIR and the overall design of the project. Each was reviewed and approved by the city and the fire department. DUDEC prepared the fire behavior analysis report and the fire protection plan, and CR Associates prepared an evacuation analysis. The fire behavior analysis report analyzes the 3 main components of the project's fire environment: the climate, the topography, and the vegetation, or here, the fuels. In addition, the report used 120 years of CAL FIRE wildfire records within 5 miles of the project to model the potential fire behavior. This was not done on a napkin in the afternoon in somebody's house. This is a professional fire behavior analysis. It's in the EIR, and it's available for the public to read, and has been for months. Using data from the fire behavior analysis, a comprehensive fire protection plan was prepared. The FPP, the Fire Protection Plan, identifies project components and actions to reduce the project's vulnerability to wildfire and help limit the spread of fire from the project to surrounding areas, as well as the protective site from wildfires. The plan also addresses the existing fire protection services, the project's impact, and the project's impact on them. We'll cover some details of the FPP in the next slide. The evacuation analysis, prepared by CR Associates, consists of computer modeling utilizing the fire behavior analysis and the fire protection plan information, along with other design components. It established and evaluated 17 evacuation scenarios using different project occupancies, access closure considerations, and the impact of surrounding development on the evacuation. Under each scenario, the analysis evacuated evacuation times. We'll cover the details of that momentarily. The FPP is an integral part of the site design, affecting the selection of plant species in the landscaping plan, the spacing and maintenance of vegetation, the selection of building materials, construction practices, and access. It is all encompassing. Everything as part of that FPP is touched by the FPP in one way or another. Primary access is from 4th Street with secondary emergency access provided by existing Jackrabbit Trail at SR 60 ramp. An internal looped road. These are the yellow, is created by the combination of 4th Street along the southern project boundary and Industrial Way on the northern project boundary, linked together with minimum 40-foot wide unobstructed driveways constructed to fire department load capacity requirements. These are showed in dashed yellow. These will continue after the project is built. Each developer, each building will have its own, at least one 40-foot wide unobstructed access. The design provides access to all sides of every building during all phases of construction. So as we start construction on the lower right, phase 1, the loop would be Industrial Way through the first looped access on the right-hand side to 4th Street and out. The second phase will take the next looped access, and the third phase will have the parking lot and the 40-foot through lane driveway at Building 8, at the building on the northern portion. The design, the looped access concept was specifically reviewed and approved, I believe, by the fire department. To create adequate defensible space, the fire protection plan establishes a fuel modification zone comprised of 2 components: a 100-foot fuel modification area, the FMA, and a 20-foot wide fuel maintenance zone, both shown here in the inset. And I apologize, I probably could have made this a little bigger, but it's really about talking about it, and it surrounds the entire site. It's around the entire perimeter of the site, except at Jackrabbit Trail, where it intersects 4th Street. That's about the only place there is not a fire management zone, but that's shown on this plan. There may very well be one there ultimately. The fuel modification area's 100-foot width is established by perimeter streets, combined with the truck aprons, parking areas, and drive aisles. In this area, all native vegetation is removed and replaced with irrigated landscaping consistent of species, spacing, size, and maintenance requirements per the FPP, per the Fire Management Plan. The fuel maintenance zone, the FMZ, extends 20 feet outward, in this case southward, from 4th Street, from the edge of the fuel modification area, from the outside edge, and includes both manufactured slopes and irrigated landscaping and natural slopes with vegetation. Within this zone, all vegetation is regularly thinned to remove dead plants and pruned to prevent ladder fuels. All project buildings will be designed, constructed, and maintained to withstand significant fire. The buildings, walls, roofs, windows, and doors will be made of materials that are resistant to ignition from direct flames, heat, and embers, and will have automatic internal fire sprinklers. Just note, the new Fire Station 106, is only 1.7 miles from this site, with a response time of 3.5 minutes, significantly less than the maximum 5-minute required by the city. Now let's talk about evacuation, because we know that was a big concern with the commission. As I mentioned, CR Associates prepared a comprehensive evacuation analysis, including computer modeling of 17 evacuation scenarios, which calculate the evacuation times for 3 evacuation route situations for each of 4 occupancy conditions. Okay, so the route situation includes both access points available, or one or the other not available. Okay? The result of these evacuation analysis is provided within Table 2 of the report, clearly stated in a tabular manner on page 8 of the report, entitled Evacuation Time Summary, All Scenarios. Occupancy conditions analyzed include the highly unrealistic scenario, in the words of the report author, with weekday conditions where all parking spaces at all buildings are 100% occupied. Everybody in the room would love that many jobs here and that many people working at this place. But it's not realistic, it's probably not gonna happen, but it's the biggest number of people they could come up with, and so they modeled that. The scenario with occupancy conditions described as realistic by the report author used the ITE weekday parking generation rates, and this is scenarios 4 and 5 in the table. The report also recognized that the site is designed to be highly ignition resistant with the FPP, with the implementation of that plan, including building materials. Emergency management officials may, because of that aspect of the project, because in the layers of fire protection the project has, determine it's safer to let people stay and take refuge in the structures while the fire burns out around them. That's how good the fire protection plan is. And so that's an option if all else fails. The bottom line of the report, and again, it's in the EIR, it's available to be read online, the evacuation analysis concludes the project is well suited for evacuation given the 2 evacuation routes and the alternative option of temporarily seeking refuge on site within the hardened buildings and ignition-resistant hardscape areas throughout the site. That statement is on the end of page 13 of the report. So the evacuation analysis says, with both, great. With one or the other, adequate. If worse comes to worse, you take refuge and wait for the fire to burn out around you, and then you can leave. And those are not unusual circumstances, and it's important to remember that this analysis was done prior to the funding of the interchange, so it doesn't take into account any positive attributes that might come to the evacuation times, where people can actually get on the freeway right away. As I mentioned, the fire station is, the applicant, the new fire station is close by, and the applicant and the property management company will adopt, practice, and implement a ready, set, go emergency response plan that will include educating the building owners, the employees, maintaining the project's fire proactive systems, protection systems, pre-planning for emergencies and fires, and implementing a concerted approach to evacuation decision-making, and registering for emergency alerts via the Alert Riverside County messaging system. So the fire safety aspects of the project have been heavily studied, and the results are the project is safe And if evacuation is needed, it can be done in a reasonable, at a reasonable way and in a safe way. Let's move on to air quality, which one of the speakers mentioned earlier, but was also an issue from the commission meeting 2 months ago. In the EIR, and when we arrived at the hearing last November, the applicant had included numerous GHG reduction features as part of the project design, such as the installation of cool roofs and heat pumps, along with 14 other mitigation measures that reduce GHG emissions from the project. And I'm just mentioning a couple. 60 EV passenger vehicle charging station, EV truck infrastructure for charging stations, on-site idling restrictions to 3 minutes or less, electrification of truck bays serving refrigerated trucks, and this, I think, is a great one, funding for zero-emission and near-zero-emission vans and trucks by providing each lessee with a $1 per square foot lease credit if they buy those types of those low-emission vehicles. And if you notice on here, as you see in the DER, the project is anticipated to achieve 581 points in the county CAP Climate Action Plan rating system. But this project has 581. That's five times the 100 points required to be considered consistent with the CAP. That was what we had when we came in November. The commission had some concerns. City wanted to asked us to do more, so we've done more. In addition to the prior commitments we've made, and in light of your desire, the applicant agrees to the following specific additional design features and revised mitigation measures. We will design the industrial portion of the project to meet LEED-ready requirements. We will restrict natural gas to the industrial buildings. We'll add additional recycling measures and increase the number of electric vehicle charging stations for passenger cars from 60 to 175, almost tripling them. With these modifications, the project would further reduce GHG emissions by about 16%. The applicant is also proposing that the mitigation monitoring and reporting program would be modified to require that the project achieve a CAP score of not less than 1,850 points, triple the overachieving first score, and 180 times what's required. Or is it 18 times? 18 times what it's, don't give me the math to do. 18 times what it's required. So I would submit that the project has gone above and beyond the call of duty, tip a hat to the veterans in the room, by doing what we can do to make this project as GHG and air quality sensitive as possible. I wasn't going to show this slide, but I'm responding now to one of the comments of the community. This is why this project is a good idea for the city of Beaumont. It's a unique entertainment and dining option. It brings significant economic benefits to the city. $1.6 million in annual general funds, $24 million in net 20-year general fund surpluses. That's good for the city. That's good for everybody in this room, whether you like the project or not. It's a 22% increase in the city's job base and 5,400 permanent, that's 5,400 permanent jobs. That's not the construction jobs, that's the permanent jobs. A 22% increase in the city's job base due to the industrial and the commercial and retail facilities at this site. And there's over $20 million in off-site traffic improvements. Folks are concerned about infrastructure. The only way the city doesn't have the money to build all the infrastructure. The only way the infrastructure gets built is if developers come in and pony up the money. And we're ponying up $20 million. In that $20 million is a $5 million development agreement fee, above and beyond any diff fees or any required fees or anything like that, that the developer has offered to the city, $5 million for whatever the city wants to do with it. I think, again, I would say that the developer has gone out of their way to make this as good a project as it possibly can be. The team believes that we've consistently and conscientiously and adequately responded to the Commission's questions from the hearing on the 29th. I want to, before I conclude the presentation, I want to make a couple comments regarding the comments from the community so far, if I may. One of the commenters talked about the open space. The project site is 539 acres and change. Of that, 276, again, I'm not allowed to do the math, but I think that's more than half, of the site will be dedicated open space, including manufactured slopes and trees and planting and the landscaping, about 124 acres of that, but also 152 acres of MSHCP dedicated land, never to be touched, that's conservation land. In addition, the developer's also donating 78 acres at the southwest corner of the site, southeast corner of the site, that's not part of the specific plan, but it's under their ownership. They're donating another 78 acres. So again, 220 acres, 230 acres of MSHCP lands. So providing plenty of open space. And so the exchange here is open space for significant income for the city and jobs for the city. I mentioned before, warehousing pays for the infrastructure. That's how infrastructure gets done in Riverside County and every city in Riverside County. Without it, it doesn't happen. And I mentioned the jobs, so I think I have mentioned the three things that I wanted to talk about. Last thing. In order to afford to do any of this, that developer has to have a viable project. It's very nice to want the commercial first, but it's really the industrial development that generates the income that allows the developer to build the infrastructure that's required to support the rest of the project. If you built just the commercial, you could not build the infrastructure to support this project, and you could not provide $24.8 million worth of revenue or benefits to the city. So the key to keep in mind here is that the project supports itself and then some, both financially and through the increase in jobs and, of course, sales tax and all that sort of stuff associated with the job. So that concludes my formal presentation. I want to make couple more comments. Thank you for your time and attention. We believe we've conscientiously and adequately responded to the Commission's questions from the hearing on the 29th. Therefore, we respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council that the Beaumont Point specific plan applications and associated CEQA documentation be approved as recommended in the staff report and as modified by the Commission and staff. The development, we thank you, we thank staff for their hard work over the last 4 years. The development team is here and we stand ready to answer your questions if you have more, which I sure you expect you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
All right, so that's a lot of
I do this for a
information.
living.
That's a lot of information there.
It is, and if you would like us to walk through section at a time,
I was going to
we can
ask
do
a
that.
couple of things.
Sure.
One, it might be appropriate to take a quick break. I could use a very quick 5-minute break.
Sure.
Is there a way to get a printout of that, we could kind of make some notes along?
The presentation?
presentation.
Absolutely. On the break, Jillian and I can run some copies for commission, and we'll put some out for the public as well.
Okay.
And bring those back at the end of the break.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll take like a 5-minute break or something.
Works.
Okay, thank you.
I have some documents.
All right. Thank you, everybody. All right, so continue on at this point with commission discussion. Thank you for printing out the presentation. It helps me to kind of track my thoughts logically as we go through. I think this was laid out nicely point by point, so it gives us a jumping off point if we have further comments or discussions on it. All right, so who's first?
We're gonna go point by point, right? So we'd go
Again?
to the specific modifications, 4th Street and the Jack Rabbit Trail, the expansion on that.
Yep.
Honestly, I just want to say thank you. I think that made a big difference, at least for me, to be able to have that for pedestrians as well as motorists there. So I'm happy with that change.
All right, any other comments on the road improvements or the changes made to the roads? All right, land use table. That was kind of the
Commissioner
next item
Stevens,
that
are
we
you
had.
functional? Yes. Okay, sorry, Chairman, I just wanted.
I just started jumping ahead, I'm sorry. The land use table. So were there any items that we discussed that were not agreed to by the applicant?
No.
Okay. That makes that part easy. Any other questions or comments, discussion with the land use table? Okay. I guess signs was the next one. Commissioner Gray, I think you had comments on the sign.
Yeah, this was a bit lackluster for me, to be honest. So I'd like to see this signage piece maybe come back, so we can have our team kind of come up with some creative ways to make this stand out a little bit better. But that was my concerns with that. I wanted to see something like a wow factor for our city, but I'm not really getting that here. I don't know what you guys' thoughts were.
I agree. I think it should come back as an
Okay.
item.
And I would agree, but I'm not sure that that really needs to be done at this point. I think it should be reserved as the sign is being approved.
So a sign plan is part of the application tonight, though. You know, that's where we're taking a look at it, is that,
Sure.
Is part of the application. The proposed sign in the specific plan is a concept. It's intended to establish that there will be a pylon sign of this size and this height in the specific plan, and provide, actually 5 of them. But the sign program can be modified outside of the specific plan. So if it was desired by the city for us to continue to modify the design of the sign, I would suggest a request that we make that something as a condition of approval to modify the sign program to create a sign that is acceptable to the city staff, and you guys can decide what that might be.
That would be how I would like to see it go, as opposed to try and hammer that out before we can go forward.
so the question I have then is, if this is not meeting the expectation, is there something that, you have on your minds that would help the sign to meet the expectation that you have? Because I don't want to send anybody on a wild goose chase of, here's 25 different options and kind of pick it apart. Is there anything that's in mind that could be helpful as guidance?
At least for me, I'd like to see this come back to more of like our PIO team and our marketing team, and let them kind of decide that, kind of bring something forward back to us. I think you had something you wanted to say along those lines.
Sure. So the city recently, in the last few months, has hired a public information officer. And we've also started the process of some, marketing and branding specifically related to downtown, but that has, it's a conversation that will extend to city monumentation. So whether it's in medians or whether it's in entry and exit points, which this would be considered somewhat of an entry point at the time, if it's approved and annexed into the city, where we could condition through this process or forward a recommendation to council that the sign program be revisited, or at the time that the sign is going to be constructed, prior to submitting for plan check, that we come back with a final design associated with one of the plot plans or something like that. we typically would not allow a sign to be constructed without a project. So the sign wouldn't go up before any buildings are built. It would have to be in conjunction with some phase of the project anyway. So we could also link it to one of the plot plans, having it not link it directly, but have it come back with one of the plot plans at whatever time the applicant was ready to submit for construction of the monument sign. So we have a number of ways we can work with it. Staff's happy to take direction from commission and carry that forward to council, however you see fit. And if anything, it'll provide a good discussion point.
I have a quick follow-up question. Can this be conditioned to start in the phase one?
You could, and that can be something that we discuss with the applicant, or can be a talking point now if you'd like. Staff's not inclined necessarily to condition it at phase one or at the last phase. Signs typically, they provide a service to the business and the facilities, right? Because it's identification and marketing essentially. But if commission would like to see that, then happy to entertain that.
So one of the things on here, I mean, there's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, look at 4 of the pylon signs proposed in the sign program. 2 along the 60, 1, or 3 along the 60, and 1 kind of in the middle part of the project. That
I think
sounds right.
there's either 4 or 5 total, I don't recall exactly. 3 along the freeway and then 2 inside, or 2 along the freeway and 1 inside. We went back and forth for some
I think it's a
point.
total of 4.
Total of 4, okay.
So, my question being, if visual characteristic is something that we're concerned with on here, is that too many of these large freeway pylon signs? Would we be better off having 1 by the proposed hotel versus having, 2 others, advertising the warehouses that we're trying to hide?
Right. I think for me, it's not so much the quantity, but it's the content, right? What are we bringing here? If we're trying to establish ourselves with a good brand, and I think the city staff is doing a great job trying to move in that direction, I think it'd be good to give them that opportunity. So I think moving forward and giving a recommendation to the city council to let them kind of give some direction with the branding team, bring it back to us. I think we can separate this particular item since it is a forward-facing piece and have them bring it back to us. I think that'll be a little bit better. At least that gives us a little breathing room so we don't have to, make the sausage right here, right now.
Agreed, but, again, I think as far as kind of the high points on there, it's, we're looking for me, I don't necessarily want this to be a bright lit LED sign as you come along the freeway.
Oh, same here.
Okay.
I think if they give us a couple options, maybe 1, 2, 3, right?
Okay.
What does that look like? And maybe we can set guidelines right now. Hey, we don't want to see a big lit neon sign that's going to keep neighbors awake. But I think we do want to revisit this because it is going to be the first thing people see when they come in, right?
It is. And the pylon, to me, and I'll just, I'll make this point to, commissioners and see how you feel, but, we're not advertising, commercial viability of warehouses. So if we have a sign at Jackrabbit by a hotel that's in front of the exit where drivers still have the opportunity to make a determination and get over to an exit to access it, is that adequate? Is 3 freeway pylon signs too many?
Joel, is this proposed as a digital sign or just tenant names?
At this point, it's tenant names. There is no, I don't believe there's a proposal in here for digital. Can I make I might have a solution, so.
Okay.
I believe the specific plan says up to 4. I don't think it says 4. So we want to double check that, but I'm pretty sure it says up to 4. And the sign program that's being approved tonight is sort of a bare bones sign program that in order to do anything really in the construction side, we're going to need to come back for the sign program. So my suggestion would be that we put a condition on the project that the design of the signs, and this also ties into the fact that you're just starting up with your marketing program, and there's no giant rush to figure out what this is going to look like, because if we got approved today, the sign wouldn't be built for, a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, who knows when it'll be built. So my suggestion would be that you put a condition that prior to some trigger, first phase of development, approval of the first building, that there's a design approved by the city for the pylon sign or signs, as many as there are, That gives all of us, that gives the city plenty of time to figure out their marketing, what they want, and plenty of time to go back and forth with the developer about what they're willing to do. And that way it moves forward and there's no giant rush to make a decision. Anyway, that's out for your consideration.
And, you know, it's not atypical. We see every time that we have a sign program, as soon as there is a tenant that has specific signage, fonts, language, whatever, they always come back to us anyway, so.
Yeah, sign programs are actually under the commission's purview. So they typically don't go to council.
Right.
But they would come back to planning commission for your approval.
Okay. Any other questions on signs, sign program? All right, now we kind of get into the landscaping and visual characteristics of the project. So, you know, comments made in here is that, you know, because of the MSHCP line, you have a hard boundary. I understand that, and as such, that some things were not able to have been accomplished. Do you have any comments, questions, any further action we'd like to see as far as kind of the visual characteristic of the project?
I'd just like to make a comment that I super appreciate the view simulations that were done. It makes a world of difference in trying to visualize what's happening. There are other communities that have done, and I'm not sure it was planning, but it was just over time, the landscaping and the trees have matured, and you can't tell that it's a warehouse city, but it's chock full of them. And this has that effect. And being able to see it. Thank you, developer.
I'd just like to comment on that too. Again, seeing this type of a projection, 5-year, 10-year, going forward, I think that helps on a lot of projects to get a better visualization of what the public and what myself and residents will see. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment?
I think the only comment I had was, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we talked about bringing the building down some, or that was never discussed?
Height of the building?
Yeah, I remember we were gonna
The
put
grading.
the grading was gonna be a slightly lower, so the reason we talked about the vegetation here was that in conjunction with dropping it down, we would be able to reduce some of that. But correct
And I
me if
did
I'm
mention
wrong.
that, excuse me, Mr. Commissioner, I did mention that in my presentation right at the beginning, and then there was a lot of stuff afterwards, so maybe you missed it. The problem we had, we looked at the grading, because you mentioned that in the last hearing, and your suggestion was to lower the site so that the buildings would not be as prominent. So there's two things at play here. One is the height of the building is critical because today's modern facility requires a minimum height, which is higher than it used to be. So it's pretty high. So we can't make the building shorter and still have an industrial project. The second question was, can we change the grading? And my response to that was, we looked at that, but we couldn't change the grading without impacting the MSHCP boundary, which took 2 years to develop, to create. Therefore, we abandoned the idea because there really wasn't a practical way to do that. So we looked at it, we can't do it. The way we're trying to do it is with the landscaping and with the change of the colors. That's the best we can do, given the circumstances.
That's fine. I
Thank you.
appreciate the explanation. You were just kind of like an auctioneer when you were doing your presentation, so you gotta, you know, you drew the short end of the stick there. You're like, who can speak the fastest? Thank you.
It took 10 minutes less when I did it at home, so.
Well, thank you for the effort, though.
What is the maximum building height in the SP? I'm looking through design section right now. I'm trying to find it. I do not recall.
It's
60 feet?
60 feet, that's the modern height of modern
And the
warehouses.
60 foot is the same height that we have, you know, for everything except the Amazon that's kind of tucked away more.
Amazon 1 is
Amazon 1.
75.
Right.
But they're also set down about 12 feet below grade.
Right.
So that
It
was
appears
sort
to
of the
level with
trade-off.
right.
The code, I think, allows for 55, maybe. It's been a minute since we've had any non-specific plan industrial projects come through, but I think the code allows for somewhere around 55 feet. So this is pretty much within the ballpark of either what's requested, what we've seen, or, you know, pretty close to what the code allows right now.
And then just one last piece here, if the fire department can answer that. You mentioned something about 20 feet off center, then you have 36-inch boxes. Can you guys explain to the public what is the maximum allowed Are they providing the maximum allowed to make sure we get the landscape and fire in shape?
So the landscape plan, the landscape architect and the landscape plan worked with the fire protection plan, the fuel modification plan. Without having the code right in front of me, I couldn't quote it. But the fuel mod requires a certain amount of spacing. I believe Dudek is here, correct? And he could speak to that.
Good evening, Doug Nichols, Senior Fire Protection Specialist with Dudek. Before that, I was Assistant Fire Marshal with Glendale. I was with their Fire Prevention Bureau for 28 years. And just as for good measure, I was also a Planning Commissioner for 6 years, so I could feel your pain as well. But thank you for the chance to be here. And I don't know if I'm off the bench or a starting team, but I'm just glad I'm playing in the game, so glad to be here. As far as the spacing is concerned, there are certain requirements. I'm not going to try and get the exact, but the expectation is that the lowest branch on the trees are a certain height, and that the shrubs are also a certain height, so that if a fire were to catch onto the shrub, that it doesn't extend into the crown of the tree. Likewise, if a tree were to catch fire, you don't want that to continue onto the next tree. So now you want to space those apart. And so that's where we're talking about having 25 feet on center so that that doesn't occur. But we're also trying to make sure that these two different rows, that those 25 feet off center are also off center. So when you look at them from afar, they're all in alignment. And so it kind of blocks the building. But when it comes to actual fire prevention, then we're talking about trying to maintain them so that the vegetation, whether it be the landscaping on the hillsides, the manufactured slopes, or in the fuel modification area, that those have routine maintenance so that the dead and dying branches are cleaned out each and every year, and that they make sure that the spacing is there and make sure that they're healthy. And again, those exact requirements are built into the fire protection plan. Those are identified as to what type of maintenance does need to take place, so that each year, whether they hire a contractor, whatever it is, to come in, that they just follow those guidelines and make sure that all those specifications are met each and every year.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question about fire.
Well, we'll come back to the particular fire questions. I want to kind of stick with visual characteristics at this point. I think we had, fires a little bit later on in there. I mean, we all learn from our mistakes, right? So this project kind of gets held to the sins of the past as well. Driving around town, one of the things that really shocked me was through the Olivewood neighborhood, just how overwhelming that Amazon facility is, at 1,000 feet away or as at 1,500 feet away. Driving through there and some of those cul-de-sacs, you see the full truck operation, there's trucks backed up to it, there's blinking green lights all the time. These are the types of things that, while, landscaping definitely helps, that it doesn't necessarily cure. There's still that issue that's going to be there. And I was, granted the Amazon, the specific plan was approved before the housing was reapproved back on that Olivewood property. But it was jarring to me just how dominant that view is from there. Now, I get that this project is situated a little bit further away, a little bit different location, but it's the operations, it's the moving around, it's the noise, it's those types of items. The trees help with the top of the building. You're gonna have trunk down below. I'm not sure that for me that the landscaping is enough without having some physical barrier to help to mask, trucks backed up. Looking at the site plan, it's truck parking bays that are backed up right against the top of the slope. There's the roadway on the top of the slope there. I'd like to see more to screen those operations somehow, so that the noise view site, we're not seeing the tops of trucks. We know what condition the trailers come in, there's various conditions. I don't think that while this is helpful, I don't think that it meets fully what I was hoping to see. I think that a berm or some combination of berm and wall would be stronger, and potentially even with, if we have some kind of combination of berm, wall, even if the landscaping at that point gets reduced back a little bit, I think that there could be a potential trade-off there that kind of meets some of the, creating a canopy concern. But still maintaining the view shed and the visual protection for residents who, as I mentioned before, are expecting, it's currently zoned for sort of low-density type development. So that's how I kind of feel about that. I don't know what the rest of the commission is on board with me, or if I am an outlier, which is not unusual.
Well, I think your points are valid. When we think about this project being right adjacent to a freeway, right? The noise, I would be curious to know what the noise levels are on the freeway and what additional noise will be coming from the warehouse. I think that might.
So it was more. So when I was out there, it wasn't necessarily the freeway is loud, right? Driving through Alderwood, the freeway is loud. That is the case. But it's more the kind of the piercing noises. It's the backup alarms. It's those types of things that tend to pierce through a little bit more that you wouldn't get on a freeway. That's if there's a way to protect against that.
Yeah. Did the applicant consider that? The beeping noise?
There's a complete noise study in the EIR, which analyzed the noise coming from the project, if I'm not mistaken, and found it to be within the city's requirements. Is that correct? Not significant, therefore it was within the city's standard. I'm not going to quote it because I'm not a noise guy. I think the noise guy is here. No, the noise guy's not here. Is he here? Okay, so if you want to get into the details of it, but I just wanted to bring the commission's attention that in addition to the landscaping, and I didn't mention it in the landscaping plans, there's also provisions for 14-foot high walls at the boundary of each of these developments. So you're talking about a 14-foot high wall, landscaping, and distance, and then the colors of the buildings. But there you have it.
So that would have been helpful to have seen in a cross-section. Because again, that makes a significant difference in, what that impact is and how it affects the neighbors around. At the same time, I think we need to make sure that the wall design is also not monolithic. That it's going to be varied, that it's going to have, certain pilaster design elements to it, whether, I think we can do all kinds of crazy stuff with concrete. One of the other site characteristic, visual characteristic things, again, learning from the sins of the past. Amazon was graded for almost, 2.5 years before there's a building permit on there. And, we're looking at potentially ripping down significant hillsides as a result of this for this project. My concern would be is that if it's a 5-phase project, let's say it takes 15 years, having the entire site graded, if the market changes in 15 years, now we're going to have this pad that's there that exists, the hillside's gone forever. I would make a recommendation, if this moves forward, that the grading should be done phased with each building and not grading done at once.
Hello, George Linfesti with Proactive Engineering. The grading is, we're proposing 3 separate phases of grading, and we've looked at each phase, and each phase balances within itself.
Okay.
So we work from the east to the west, and it corresponds with the map phasing as well, the access roads that we've already talked about. So yeah, the grading is being phased.
So I would put in the recommendation that, we have that kind of written down, so I don't know if that's in the conditions of approval, but we should add something to reinforce that, so that we have the backup for it. And that, potentially that the grading operation starts when building permits are at least into review.
Got it. We will double check with the phasing plan. There is a phasing plan as part of this project.
Okay.
That's included, I think, in the specific plan. So we'll make sure that the grading is addressed with commission's comments if that's what, we'll carry the recommendation forward, and if council concurs, we'll make sure that it's included in that.
Okay, because the building review is going to be, 4 or 5 months? So if, we're submitted for a building review and the grading is able to happen at that point, timing wise for construction, it seems like it would work out about right.
Mr. Chairman, the grading plan is figure 5.5. It's a phase grading plan, figure 5.5, which shows.
In the SP?
In the SP, yes, sir.
Let me get to
Which,
that.
which shows,
So, yeah, so,
Grading plan.
and if that's the case, then, as pointed out, if that's the intent, that's great. It just gives us, kind of teeth back behind it, make sure that it's enforced that way. Yeah, I just don't want to see hillside scarred if the market changes. Yeah. So I think that should be part of a recommendation moving forward. I'm trying to keep a list of, there's a lot here. So is there objection, is there consensus on that point?
I agree.
So phase grading and COAs, grade permit with building permit submittal? And grade permit issuance of building permits, first submittal of building, or for building permits?
So let's talk more about the grading process. This is.
Okay.
The grading operation and getting the infrastructure put in, I mean, it's usually like at least a year and a half process to do the grading operation and get all the infrastructure built. And typically what we'll do is we'll prepare the grading plan and we'll get started on that operation, the grading operation, ahead of the building permits being issued. The building plans get submitted during that phase where grading's already been reviewed, approved, and we're usually under a grading operation while the building plans are being reviewed and approved. And then the timing comes together that once the grading's completed, then building permits can be issued. But we wouldn't get building permits out ahead of the grading.
No, I'm not saying get a building permit. I'm saying that your grading permit would come through with your building permit submittal, your initial submittal.
Yeah, it's ahead. The grading permit grading permits always come out ahead of the building permit submittals.
Okay.
So.
I know, I'm just trying to avoid, a situation where
pads are sitting for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And that's not our intention because, we want to make sure that we don't, spend millions and millions of dollars before we can sell off a building to be constructed. So I think the timing comes together, but I think it would be problematic to say that when we submit a building or a grading permit, we also have to have building plans submitted at the same time, because that's usually not what happens.
No, you wouldn't be submitting the grading permit. The permit would be issued to begin work at that stage.
It's a year and a half.
That seems like a long time to grade a pad.
It's a large grade.
Right.
And land building, and the rest of the infrastructure.
Right.
So I get it in the first phase. The heavy infrastructure phase is your phase one. That's where you've got the roadways you got to build that are throughout there. You're extending the sewer lines, you're extending the water
storm
lines.
drain, all that, yeah.
There's a lot that's real heavy in phase one.
Right.
So I can understand phase one, getting the infrastructure ready. That would take longer. It would seem that in subsequent phases, the extension of the infrastructure would not be a year and a half process for each phase.
Yeah, each grading phase in each infrastructure is pretty well balanced. So there's about the same amount of same amount of grading per phase, and about the same amount of infrastructure per phase. Maybe phase one is a little bit heavier because it includes the commercial area, but other than that, all the extension of the 4th Street and the other roadways and sewer, water, so on and so forth. So
how much dirt are you moving?
Per phase, it's around 4 million per phase. Mass X. Yeah, for a total is about 15 million.
Yards.
Of cut and fill. And then, of course, there's remedial grading below ground. Yeah.
I'm trying to think through this. 'Cause I was thinking that the movements per phase were going to be quite a bit less than 4 million.
Can we have staff talk about that a little bit? What is a typical process for something like this? While he thinks about this.
Yeah, usually the grading is done well in advance of the building permits. I mean, that's what's typical. Obviously, I see the intent of Chairman Smith.
The wheels are turning. I'm trying to think of, how this does work. I was thinking, if it was a few 100,000 yards of dirt, that's a much different case than if it's 4 million yards of dirt. I want to say, I think I had a project that moved about 400,000 yards plus roadways, and that was about 6 months.
So would it be maybe prudent to say if we set a timeline for them, if it extends X amount of time, then maybe something can happen? Would that satisfy?
So, I mean, that's a lot of dirt to move. That takes a lot of time.
A lot of dirt.
That takes a lot of time. So I'm just trying to find a way that we don't end up with, okay, we're going to go with, all 5 phases, and then now we're stuck. It's like, how do we go through, if it is a phase plan, do we say one phase must be complete before the next phase can start? Is there a trigger between phases? Like, how do we kind of go? That's where, building 1 is the 1.4. If there's a tenant that comes in and wants building 5, it's like how do we balance, a desire to kind of keep the moving in an organized fashion, but I'm struggling with trying to figure out the appropriate way to handle that.
Unfortunately, I don't have a suggestion on exactly how to do it, other than the way it's normally done, which is the grading plans are approved, and the developer grades what he needs to grade, and then when he's ready, he submits the building plans. It's important to recognize the size of the project. Now, looking at a piece of paper, it's hard to recognize, and clearly, you weren't thinking about 4 million cubic yards. The entire infrastructure project here is about a $90 million project just for the infrastructure. And the first phase is $50 million. So the developer is going to sink a lot of money into that first phase, and he's going to want to get that project moving forward as quickly as possible. There isn't going to be standing around, sitting unpurposefully once that grading starts. So while I recognize your concern, I don't share it because in a real world situation, a project of this size, the developer is going to want to move this thing forward. There's no upside to not doing so. So maybe it's solving a problem that doesn't really exist, but I'm not the commissioner, so.
So my question is, Mr. Smith would like to see a piece, and a piece, but I don't see that as being realistic. You can't cut away part of a mountain and build, and then cut the next mountain down. I don't.
You can.
Well, is that realistic? Is that cost effective?
Where's the lift station at? Is that within phase 1?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Cooley there, that we have to look at a happy medium for them as well.
We do. Because it has to be able to work, I get that.
The lift station's located just to the west of phase 1, so it's west of the first building. It's about mid-project. So there is some.
So, and all the infrastructure that would be necessary to support phase 1 would be built with phase 1.
Not all the infrastructure, but we do have to extend the sewer.
No, not all of it, but all of it to support phase 1.
Correct, yes.
Right. So you'd have the lift station, you'd have your basins, you'd have your water loop, you'd have all that within phase 1 is there to support phase 1.
Right. And not to get into too much of the weeds here, but phase 1 has more cut than fill. So in other words, it needs to push some dirt further to the west. So the grading operation for phase 1, although we do the commercial pad, and we do all the surrounding roadways, and we do the first building, We also are putting some fill further to the west of Building 1. We're not cutting ridge lines down, we're leaving the cut alone, but we do have to do something with that excess dirt, so we push it into some of the low-lying areas.
You're bringing grade up. You're not
Correct,
cutting
yes.
down hillsides.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. So, and when we bring that grade up, that provides the pad for the lift station. Further to
No,
the
I mean,
west.
that makes
further to the
sense.
west, Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. So, I mean, and, we've carefully looked at the earthwork, and we've been very, as an engineer, I've been like, hey, the most efficient way is to grade the whole thing at once. That was my initial recommendation. So they pushed back and said, no. We don't want to, we want to grade it in phases. So looked at the phases, made sure that they balanced within themselves. And there were some adjustments that need to be done to make that happen. But ultimately, it saved, 2-3 million yards?
When we started, it was 24 million yards. We
Yeah.
brought 9 million yards off.
Right, yeah, so.
Okay.
It's moving in the right direction, and we're aware that grading more and having it sit out there, that's not what we want. And that's certainly not, we're gonna minimize the amount of time between when the pad's graded and when the building starts to be constructed.
And, understand that, there could be time in between a grading operation, utility installation, before a building goes vertical. I get that on a per phase basis.
Right.
I don't know if there's.
Can I just add, from a marketability, what actually happens from a tenant standpoint too? As we grade the sites, we're talking with tenants, right? And some of the tenants may be smaller or bigger from size standpoint, from that standpoint, but having the infrastructure ahead or being able to grade, that's when tenants start leaning in. They don't look at this and say, well, I can conceptually see this. So you have 18 months of grading to do that, and a tenant's gonna make a decision 2 years out before they actually start to get the building built. So sequentially, in regards to marketing this with a tenant, you're grading, having the pad ready. Same thing happened adjacent to it. Same thing with the Legs building, same thing with the Amazon building. He had those pads ready, right? The developer did, and then basically you're working with the tenants and trying to get the tenant. So we may go spec on one of the buildings, but really sequentially is we're working with tenants to try to fit them on the site. There are nuances of their buildings. So as we grade, that's part of it, having a grade and then be able to fit the building on. So we don't want it to sit either in regards to that.
It's a stranded asset for you if it does.
Exactly, so there's a big burn there. So I mean, we're in sync with that. Also, as a reminder, we're actually grading and doing all the infrastructure for the commercial piece. We're trying to get that pad ready and get that going so we can actually, be out marketing the retail and the commercial piece.
And that'll be on phase 1, right?
That's phase 1, right? It wraps all around it, all of that, infrastructure and all of that, for the hotel and the commercial piece on that. So we're not jettisoning that responsibility or whatever. We're actually embracing it up front, and then we're following. So there's a big investment. So, the burn with the developer in regards to that investment, we don't want to sit there and do nothing either from that standpoint. So, and I think the biggest thing, and again, I'm not the engineer, but one is as you're balancing on site, we're not offloading any of the dirt, any trucking, so we're balancing on site. So it was really a real monumental act in regards to trying to get this thing balanced on site and pushing the dirt to phase 2, and then balancing phase 3 is the biggest. The biggest cut is phase 3.
Phase 1's biggest cut.
Yeah, but on phase 3, what is, as we move up the hill, that's where we're actually moving that third phase in regards to it. So there's 5 buildings we have planned, right?
Yep.
So it's 3 phases is 2, 2, 1 is how it actually gets developed.
Commercial, building 1, building 2, building 3.
We have commercial, but I'm talking about the larger industrial buildings.
Oh, yeah.
So you have the commercial pad, the
2, 1,
30
got it.
acres,
Okay.
and then you have 2 buildings, 2 pads, and then you have next 2 pads is phase 2. Third pad is the big building on on building 5. And the nice thing about it is it's horizontal. So as you move along the continuum from east to west, it actually sequentially, building by building, as we're doing it. So we've tried to work on less disruption, because that was part of our air quality and all those kind of things in the IR, as you guys know, and then balancing basically the grading operations. Also working with our fire roads in between each building and making sure as we built the infrastructure, we were getting 3 phases of infrastructure, but we stopped the roads sections. We got to the lift station, which is at the top of end of phase 1 into phase 2, so we got to do the lift station. And then basically we have the circular driveways between each building that we can have to actually meet the fire codes on that.
So grading phase 1 is the commercial center, building 1. Grading phase 2 is buildings 2 and 3. Grading phase 3 is buildings 4 and 5.
No,
That's what's in the SP.
Yeah, that's what would be, okay.
Okay.
So the biggest thing, and I think part of this is really being able to balance on site as far as moving the dirt into the second phase. So again, and we hear you in regards to disruption and the hillside from that standpoint.
Commissioners,
I might think on this one a little bit.
do you need to see the phasing plan up on the screen, or do you have it, the grading phasing?
I've got all my notes here.
I know you do. The rest of the commission. IT, can you show my screen?
I'm probably creating too much noise, shuffling everything. So the hatched area would represent the kind of the spillover, if you will. You know, is where the extra material would be stockpiled or graded in until the next phase is ready to go. Let me think on this one a little bit, because, you know, having the hillside not be scarred and sitting for a long time, you know, I think that would be an important aspect. But yeah, 4 million yards, that's going to take, unless you have an army out there moving dirt, then that's going to take, you probably will have an army out there moving dirt, and it's still going to take that long.
Yeah, and just by typical means of practice within the planning, building, public works, we don't typically link a building and grading plan from a timing standpoint, just because that's, it can create unintended consequences. You know, it is challenging. But I'd also like to highlight for the commission that we do have a development agreement on this project that has a timeline. So this entitlement packet and approvals, the way they, or if they move forward and are approved, the initial term is 10 years. And so they have incentive from a project standpoint and from maintaining entitlements the way they are now to, you know, move and get as much done as they can within that 10-year period. Otherwise, entitlements start to vesting lapses and some things like that. So that's included in the development agreement that council will have the ultimate action on.
And thank you for the clarification on that. I think the developer is doing their due diligence to break this down into phases, and it's part of the growing pains. You know, we kind of, you know, a blink of an eye see a building up there and everything designed. There's gonna be some challenges, and it's gonna be a bit uncomfortable, but I think the end result's really what we're looking for. And at least for me, I think this is a good step forward. So I'm comfortable with the progress that they've made here, at least.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so at this point, it just sounds like reinforcing that it's a phased approach within the conditions consistent with the SP.
I am ready to move forward on the next item, if you're ready, Chair.
Okay. All right, so the next item is traffic.
I think this is very clear. And I appreciate the depth that was gone into in putting this together. Some of the comments we've heard from the public just didn't apply to this at all when they're talking about increased traffic on Highland Springs or some of the other roads. You know, we understand that there's some miscommunication or some misunderstanding, not necessarily communication. And a lot of those issues or concerns that were phrased just aren't applicable. But I think this covers very well how to at least try to get the trucks and force them into using appropriate routes as opposed to just going willy-nilly everywhere.
I think the first meeting we had on this did answer a lot of questions on traffic and went through that as well. So I'm pretty satisfied with that.
I'm happy with this as well, but I'd like to make that recommendation that was brought up, which was the truck traffic demand management plan. I'd definitely like city council to take a look at that. Of course, the deeper recommendation would be that we put like no trucks on that Oak Valley piece, but I know that's a city council decision. But as far as this goes, I think this may alleviate a lot of the residents' concerns and put some teeth into our ability to enforce truck traffic in that area.
I think one of the things for me that, it came up at the last meeting, is that truck traffic for this, and I think one of the selling points for this project is that truck traffic is off the 60 onto Potrero to the site, and we're not needing to go through neighborhoods, right? And that was a selling point that was brought up by the developer at the last meeting as well. What concerns me is that the development agreement doesn't have, a mechanism to be able to ensure that Potrero is able to get built. Because, we have grant funding, I know, for the project, but with construction costs going up, it's not unlikely that in 2 years, when we're ready to go, that the funding may not be there to move forward. I'd like to see something in the development agreement that, since that was presented as a central feature for the project, that we don't have to go through communities, we can access off of here, that there be some kind of a funding mechanism to have them backfill any shortfall that there might be in getting that roadway completed.
Okay. Yeah, that also makes me think about the state's significant budget deficits over the next couple of years. So I did think about something similar to that. I was also thinking about maybe tying it to tying the opening of phase one or whatever that first section is to the opening of Potrero. But that,
I think that could be harder.
That's what I thought about at the end. It's
Yeah.
like it's difficult for them coming in here, and if they have phase one with a hotel, and you have all these restaurants and these small business owners who want to operate and open, and we're going to hold them back because Potrero isn't opened yet. I think the funding, maybe staff can clarify that. Do we have locked in the funding? I know we talked about that. Is that funding already safeguarded? No one's going to come in the middle of the night and steal it, right?
We have secured federal and state grant funding for it. There is about a $20 million gap in that funding, just as construction costs have increased in the last year significantly. So that's where we are.
$20 million gap.
That's a lot, and we're looking at significant state shortfall. We're looking at,
I'm thinking the same thing.
competitive grants are very competitive, and some of the grant money that's been awarded, it has cutoff dates. If we're not able to meet a funding obligation.
You bring valid points, yeah.
Then we're at a point where we potentially have a project without an interchange, and everybody's pushing to Oak Valley.
And the only reason I'm trying to give them some benefit of the doubt is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they came here forward saying without Potrero being constructed, right? So their traffic mitigation plan didn't include that one, right? That exit.
But that's where there are conflicting statements, because there are statements at the last hearing as well, is that all truck traffic would be able to utilize Potrero once it was in. And, that takes off. We know that Oak Valley, we're not designed, there's no funding for Oak Valley. So we're looking at a point here where we have Potrero that's at, Mr. Vestal, 95, or we're going back out to get it back to 95, 100% drawings. Oak Valley's at 60? And with zero funding available for construction on it.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, we're out to bid on a PAED for Oak Valley.
So, I think it's tricky to put it as a milestone, given that it is state that that we're dealing with on there, that it has to be opened by a certain phase. But, I think a commitment to, backfill a funding shortfall, if we can get to a point where we have drawings and then we're $10 million short, where's that going to come from?
Yeah.
Without potentially losing another $15 million in time-sensitive grant money that the city has. Now we're in a $25 million hole.
Well, why don't we let the applicant think about that statement? You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So the traffic impact analysis looked at allowing phase one of the industrial to go forward without State Route 60 Potrero interchange being completed. But, so that's one condition. The other condition is that none of the traffic trips ever, either as part of phase one or ultimately, will ever go north of Potrero to Oak Valley. So they will always will always get on the freeway there at Potrero and
Yes.
and SR 60. So
Yes.
they're both consistent. They're not inconsistent.
Well, but, it's the funding aspect.
Yeah, and so just a point of clarification, Charlene might know, but I believe that this funding source was a bond funding source, not part of the state's general fund. So state general fund issues, I don't think affect the state's ability to fund this project, but I'll defer to staff on that issue.
Well, we do, I know we have some federal set aside, and I know that, you were successful in obtaining a significant grant from RCTC that does have a June 2025 cutoff date. And if that goes away, that's a $13.5 million hole that the project falls in.
Yeah, we actually secured a $33.5 million TSEP grant, which does have a timeline to obligate the funds for construction in 2025.
Okay. So, we're looking at a lot of money for a project that has to be obligated in '25. And I know that we just went out for award contract to get to that point. I have faith that, you're going to be putting the screws to the consultant on that to get us to a point where we're able to build. It's just that, if construction costs go up by another 20% over the next, year and a half, where are we at? We're looking at returning money. And that's where I think this project, especially because of the, the comments that we have that is dependent on Potrero past phase 2. And I get the timing is unknown, but have a commitment to obligate the funds, fund, and be able to construct the ramps. I think that's an important thing to have as part of the development agreement, since that was mentioned as a selling point for the project. And I think it's one of the assets of the project as well, and for industrial on the south side of town in general, is that we don't have to go through other intersections. We're not getting off of 6th Street and making that first turn on, what's the one that runs right by Paracone?
California.
No, the one that's right before it.
Veely.
Veely. Yeah, I've almost, a truck comes up there, I want to see people rear end on that. We're just trying to avoid that. I think that's an important part an important recommendation.
IT, can you show my screen again, please? I just realized, I think there's some commissioners who may not have actually seen this. This is the city's current truck priority network or truck route map, essentially. So the green shows, you can't see it because, there you go, the date was covering. So the green shows the routes, essentially, that trucks can move on. The dotted line, city boundary, sphere of influence, which includes the area where this proposed project is. And then the black and white dots sort of on the interior are indicative of where we may see future truck routes anticipating this type of development within the city in this southwest area. So if this helps for context at all, where we currently allow trucks to move throughout the city.
Yeah, just without Potrero, you can see the majority of the traffic going to Oak Valley.
Yep.
That's why I think it's important to have that, and understand that the traffic study allows for phase 1 to be constructed as we're moving forward. I get that. It takes time to build the infrastructure. But I think a guarantee that the infrastructure will get built is critical. And hopefully construction costs don't go up. And the money that we have that's already been committed is, I don't have a lot of faith in that, but.
Yeah, this is difficult with the, this is something that's the guideline city council has set, right? So we look at this and all we can do is kind of make that recommendation to city council to review something like this, right? We do need the funding, but we also want to be fair and have a well-balanced kind of decision here. That's why part of the additional information here for the truck traffic demand management piece will kind of embed something in the project that will limit where these trucks go, including, correct me if I'm wrong, north on on Potrero and right on to Oak Valley, right?
Sure,
So-
and maybe I can offer something that will help the commission out. Back in September of '22, the city council adopted the policy on land use and sensitive receptors, which is essentially the city's version, we call it the plus policy. It's the city's good neighbor policy. Now, this project was submitted 3.5 years before this plus policy was ever adopted. So they are not required to comply with the policy. However, the project does actually substantially comply with the policy, even though they weren't required to do so, including, meeting or nearly meeting, and in some cases exceeding that 1,000-foot from sensitive receptors and other things that have been cited as important, both legislatively and just in various, environmental studies and concerns that have been mentioned and all of that. They're also voluntarily participating in the community benefit fee, which is included in the development agreement. But I give you all that background just to say this, and maybe this is something that can help continue the discussion and would work in line with the traffic demand management plan. The PLUS document has something in here that says facility operators shall establish specific truck routes between facilities and destinations, identifying the most direct truck routes, prohibiting travel near sensitive receptors or through residential neighborhoods. So if we were to maybe pose a recommendation or something to council that would ask as part of the traffic demand management plan, we included something that required and I know this has been kind of discussed with the applicant and with the commission, but that would require or hold the operators to say, hey, you don't go up Oak Valley Parkway, you go over to Pennsylvania, or you go, out on, Petroga on the 60 and loop around. We would have to work out some enforcement mechanisms, and I've been racking my brain and have some ideas I think that can help with the commercial enforcement as these plot plans come back to you and we further dive into how these are going to work operationally. But I think we have a policy that's in place that they're already substantially complying with, and this might be something that we can link to the traffic demand management plan or something operational as we get further into looking at the plot plans and how they're going to operate.
If we're pushing traffic back to Pennsylvania, then we're in the, the same condition where we're talking about how those are already operating so poorly.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's Oak Valley, which technically they could use now based on the general plan.
Yep.
Pennsylvania, which they can use now based on the general plan, right? So offering the option or giving council the option or ultimately coming back to you guys, because you're going to see these plot plans again, right? To have something in there that speaks to the operation and something that will show how the trucks are going to move. And if the desire is to have them off of Oak Valley, then that's something we would have to speak to and have that path delineated based on what other available routes are there.
Yeah, I'd like to see expanding on that piece. Again, I'd like to continue to make that recommendation and add what you just said to the city council. I think that's a good step forward. When we look at the city of Beaumont, every single intersection, every single exit in this town is catastrophic. I mean, Pennsylvania is great, but that's only one first phase before we can get, closer to get more funding to get a great separation there, right? So these are long-term pieces. So we have to find a way to work with these new developers as well as with city council to try to find long-term solutions to enforcement while we get these things built, right? Because if we're going to say no development because every intersection is kind of not where we want it to be, then we wouldn't build anything, right? So we have to kind of meet them halfway. Part of me, like you, wants to hold them accountable and say, well, if there's a shortfall on that funding, would you guys be willing to, let's say, put an extra 10 million? Is that something that the applicant could be comfortable with, right? Maybe that's something you're comfortable with, right? But to say, hey, you guys are going to be solely responsible for the state and the city's job to create infrastructure, that's a tough one. I don't know if I can do that because that's a little bit unfair. But I would like to talk to them and say, well, what can you do? You're already going beyond your call of duty, which I think residents are going to resonate with that and say, wow, these guys are actually making that difference. But can you do more? Are you comfortable with doing more? And that's a question for the applicant.
Is that realistic?
Well, exactly. Is that realistic?
There's got to be a method for the developer to make a profit.
Sure.
But to sit here and say, this is our hope, this is our plan, if it doesn't come up, push it back on the developer, is patently, number one, unfair and unrealistic.
Right. So as part of the development agreement, the community benefit fee that the developer spoke of earlier, that they've agreed to in the development agreement as it's proposed now, is about $1 per square foot on the industrial. So you're looking at roughly $5 million that would come in, and that could be used for, it's at council's discretion to put it towards something that would be of a community benefit. That could be Potrero, that could be Pennsylvania, that could be Oak Valley. I won't speculate at this time which way it would go, because again, the city has a number of priority projects, all of which are in different phases of planning. Robert deals with most of them on a daily basis. Some we have secured funding for in substantial amounts, like Potrero. Some we are in the early planning phases where we've, dedicated funding for the initial documents and studies that need to be performed, but we haven't identified funding yet for construction. So they are going to be paying their TUMF and their DIF and all of the other fees that are associated with a project that would be required of any project. They're also, again, complying with the PLUS policy, which they don't have to comply with, to the tune of an additional $5 million as it's proposed right now. And again, council can use that to close the gap on anything that would be of public benefit, or a new project that would be of public benefit, but it would be at their discretion.
Thank you for the clarification. No.
Mr. Stevens?
So you said that's $1 per square foot. Would it be, the conversations having here, would it be unreasonable to ask for an increase in that?
I would say that's a conversation better held at city council, as they ultimately have the final say on what that development agreement looks in total, including vesting time, term of the DA, any other community benefit fees, and a number of other components that are included in there. If you would like me to carry something forward that would make a recommendation to them, I can do that. But again, that discussion as far as community benefit fee falls under the purview of the council.
Yeah, I would still stay with the same recommendation I made earlier.
Okay.
Potrero is key for me. I think that's the selling point to the community. I think that's where the asset to the project is. If the funding, if the project's not ready, if we don't have the funding, if we're not able to come up with what that gap is, how many years away are we from having any improvements, being able to start construction at Oak Valley? We could be at a point where this is fully built out and that traffic is going there if Potrero is missing. And, to me, that is the biggest concern that I have, is to make sure that Potrero is constructed so that, we are in line with, as I said, phase one is able to develop using Oak Valley. I get that. But with phase two, all truck traffic would be able to use Potrero. And there needs to be a mechanism in there that ensures that Potrero is going to at least be fully funded to get into construction, where that statement is held true.
You're gonna make that as a recommendation?
That is my recommendation.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if the rest of the commission agrees with that.
I don't. This is a partnership agreement. And partners going together to put this together. And if the city can't demand the developer to do 100% of it if the city fails to follow through on their part. And the city's part is part of these grants, and the city is moving forward with Potrero. But what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if the city and the grants don't do Potrero, then we're gonna say, okay, developer, you're gonna stop. You can't go forward past phase one. That doesn't seem equitable and doesn't seem realistic. The city's gotta come up with their share too. Granted, it may be difficult, but you can't just lay it all on any shortfall the city has, goes to the developer. We'll never get any development.
Now, For these recommendations, I just want to clarify with the chair as well, for these recommendations, are we going to vote on each one individually?
So
at
that's
the
kind of
end?
what I'm trying to figure out. I think
think-
I think it's a package. So I think that, that's where I'm trying to get the consensus right now is where commission is at, so that when it does come time to make a recommendation and have the motion, we have an idea of what is included with that we are going to take forward as part of it.
Well, I think one recommendation would be, here's all the recommendations, right? Maybe we can, I think you're writing them all down. What we can do is maybe kind of talk about them at the end and say, hey, let's take that for a vote. Is this a recommendation we want to include in the package? So the recommendation that I had made was about the truck piece, right? And your recommendation is, well, I want this to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I want the second phase to be held if we don't have Potrero completed. So then we can take that for a vote, and if that moves forward, then we include it in the whole package. Because I think at this point, we have several recommendations based on all the changes, like the signages, so we can approach them one by one, take it to a vote, and then we can move this project and the recommendation, or it doesn't move at all.
Right.
And I think one last final vote at the end.
So it's not, my thought is not necessarily that Potrero needs to be built at phase two,
Right.
but that
Fully
the
funded.
funding,
Fully
it has to
funded,
be,
yeah.
the funding has to
Yeah.
be committed so that it can be in construction for the project to move past phase one.
Yeah, see, like, I don't feel like we should do that. And so for me, I wouldn't support that recommendation because it would be unfair. So we can take it to a vote and we can decide as a commission if we want that to be a full recommendation.
Okay.
That okay?
Quick question, we just want to clarify in regards to the traffic, but also is my understanding there's $6 million in reserve at the city that goes with the $33 million funding. There's some sort of funding for the Potrero Bridge, the interchange. I thought there was funding for that in the reserve. So what I worry about is we're giving, the $5 million, we're doing a lot of other improvements, obviously, from the standpoint of what we're doing with this project. There's all other mitigation measures that we're taking on a lot more funding going into traffic than just this.
A little bit echoey.
Oh, sorry. So with that being said, is we're funding several different iterations in regards to this. City has reserves, right? They can pick and choose whether they want to use those reserves if it's laid off on us. I mean, it's a simple comment. So I thought there was earmark that you guys are going forward. This unlocks that whole area, right?
It does.
It solves a lot of problems. I thought the city was moving forward with that with funds they have in reserve for that, and then the $33 million with the regional package that they got in the bond funding.
Now, my understanding is that, we have a lot of the funding together to move the project forward. We don't have all of it, we have a lot of it.
Well, Robert, what is the short, I'm just we're doing math here.
Sure, absolutely. The city has 49 million
Okay,
to build the ramp. We are short 20.
so we're talking about it's 69 million or to build it?
Yeah, that is correct. With all of the construction management, just getting the plans to the finish line.
We have, is there weave lanes as part of it too? Or the weaving lanes as part of it too, is it mainline improvements or is it just ramps?
It's just ramps, but also
That's good,
Western Knolls realignment.
right. So you're right, Potrero is key to unlocking that area of town, and it is a council priority to get Potrero built. So, as far as being a partner, I think that the city, through its policy is committed. We've been aggressive, the city has been aggressive in applying for these funding opportunities. The city has moved forward. And there's a lot on the line if we're not able to get to a point where we're construction ready by June of '25. And I think that's where we are. But the reality is that we're still not completely there with money. I don't think this sets the city off the hook with trying to find other potential revenue sources to fill that gap. But it provides insurance that, if the city is not successful, that we're still able to get that improvement constructed that unlocks the town, that, unlocks this portion of town that makes circulation desirable. The fact that we have the ability to locate these types of facilities in an area where we don't have to take truck traffic, through a community is special. It's the western part of, the eastern part of Moreno Valley. They've got similar there at Redlands Boulevard and World Logistics Center. It's not immediately adjacent to it. You're not taking large vehicles. So, I understand it, and agree that that's the policy. It does unlock it, and it does allow for these types of developments to really be able to move forward. I just want to have the assurances there that we can do it.
Sorry,
I don't want to be millions short and then the funding just is gone.
Can I make a clarification that might help with this discussion that's going on? My name is Charlene So. I'm with Urban Crossroads. We prepared the traffic study. I just wanted to let you guys know and make a clarification that the traffic study actually evaluated both conditions. It evaluated every phase of the project without, if the Potrero interchange were to never go in, and it evaluated a condition with the Potrero interchange. And so for each of those conditions, there were improvements identified for each of those assumptions.
Right. And the traffic studies show that Oak Valley currently failed, and we're backing up onto the freeway with the queuing now.
But that failure isn't, the project isn't contributing any truck traffic to Oak Valley.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're already failing now, and it's going to remain in a failing condition after the project is built. That's.
Yeah, the truck trips aren't contributing to that deficiency, though. Yeah, under either condition, whether the Potrero interchange is there or not.
It's, if we're failing now and we're adding truck trips, then, it continues to fail. Obviously, it continues to fail. It needs improvement now. There's not a doubt about that at Oak Valley. But we're still adding trucks to it. So how does it not? If we're adding traffic, how does that not make it worse?
Not to the Oak Valley interchange. The trucks were kept south of the 60, and they use alternative routes to get to the 60 and the 10 for the without Potrero interchange. Under neither condition did we ever send any trucks up Potrero up to Oak Valley.
Okay. Got it.
And does the truck traffic demand management plan, does that also help prohibit trucks from heading north on
That's the
Potrero?
purpose of the truck management plan, is to ensure that the trucks adhere to the routes that we've identified and evaluated in the traffic study.
Right, which is why I was making that recommendation, because we're going to avoid, or at least do the best we can to get some teeth for enforcement, so it doesn't have that. Because you're right, we're already failing, but that's not a cause of this. It's the lack of infrastructure, which the city, I'm sure, is aware of that and doing everything they can to get the funding we need. That's a very long-term project there. So that's why I was really adamant about this truck piece, and I'm glad you guys brought that forward.
Okay. All right.
I think it's fire now.
I think that horse is sufficiently dead. Fire.
Fire behavior.
I did have a question for fire. We talked about the actual wildfire, the areas around. Is any consideration given to smoke? And if people are, so I understand the fire evacuation routes, but if people are to shelter in place with the high winds and the potential for smoke, how do you address that?
So the fire protection plan did address that, and the building will already be equipped, but we'll have special features to allow the ventilation to be shut down, so smoke doesn't enter the building if we do have to shelter in place to address that.
Good, thank you.
No. So I know we had an opportunity to talk between the hearings. I do have a better understanding of the plan. My concern is still, it gives me heartburn. I'm not comfortable with it, but at some point I do have to rely on the expert opinions. There was a plan. It was reviewed by specialty staff within the Riverside County Fire Department, Planning and Fire Protection Services, whatever the division is, right? One of the thoughts I had was that, does it make sense at some point to give some extra road width, whether or not it's actually on roadway, kind of between where the knuckle is and where, I forget your street names, Industrial Way, I think, loops back in. Yeah, so in that gap in there, whether it's an additional shoulder or, some additional paved surface where, you'd have more than just the two lanes to get people in and out potentially. in the event of emergency that, a fire truck could, mountable curb, some form of DG to get closer to the hillside, we could keep cars further away. Is that a consideration that would be helpful, reasonable, not necessary?
In general, the road widths are sufficient. The Title 14 does require some turnouts, and I can't quote specifically where in the SP it does talk about that, but it does address providing turnouts. What that will allow would be for traffic evacuating to turn into the turnout to allow apparatus in, or vice versa, to allow evacuees out. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, it does. The fuel mod zones, excuse me, you've got the roadway, obviously. The buildings are protected. I'm not worried about the buildings, right? That's the least of my concerns. The landscape zone adjacent to the roadway, is that going to be, is that zero-scape irrigation? Is there, the sprinkler system is supposed to be more, wet, as opposed to dry vegetation? What are we looking at in kind of that zone where, the sprinkler system is installed to help to wet the area right along the roadway, provides additional protection? I'm just trying to think of these minor interventions that could potentially ease panic.
So from the building outward, 100 feet, you have the fuel modification zone.
Right.
That's pavement, irrigated landscaping, to both meet the fuel modification zone requirements and also planning landscape requirements. And then you have that, and I might have just switched it, is that the FMA and then and the FMC, you have 20 feet of irrigated landscape. And then you have the manufactured slopes where needed, and those are also irrigated.
And that's going to be, those are irrigated.
Correct? Yes.
Yeah.
And for permanent irrigation, it's not just going to be,
Yeah.
It's not just for establishment.
okay.
Yeah, I'll defer to the engineering folks, but typically on manufactured slopes, they like to have permanent
Yeah.
landscaping to hold the slope in place. So
Okay.
yes, it will be irrigated. There will be a 20-foot strip around the exterior edge of the graded level pad. Then you have the roadway width. Then you've got the parking area between the roadway and the buildings before you get to the building. So even though there's maybe a 20 feet of the irrigated landscaping for the fuel management zone, or fuel management area, and then 100 feet for the identified fuel management area, then you have a pretty good swath before you even get to a building. So it's well protected. And I would also.
The buildings I'm completely comfortable with.
Yes.
I don't see a scenario where wildfire is going to jump to a building and the building's going to be in danger. right?
Probably not going to.
There's enough concrete on both sides of it.
Yes,
where,
yes. The other thing I wanted to point out is that Fire Marshal was pointing out, with the road loop system going around the entire facility, there are actually driveways, 2 driveways between each of the separate industrial buildings. So they can loop in and around the entire facility, but they can also drive in between on 2 different driveways between the industrial buildings. So there's lots of routes, lots of access, and either the apparatus going in or the vehicles and guests and employees leaving, multiple opportunities for them to go in different directions.
I put a graphic up on the screen in case that's helpful for anyone.
I just, that's the Sunset Fire, is fresh on my mind, it's out there. I'm just trying to think of ways that, would allow for your operations to go on unimpeded. If you've got vehicles that are parked, you need vehicles to get through, and then be able to get vehicles out. With an 11-foot parkway on the south side, does it make sense to maybe consider a rolled curb and something that's drivable where apparatus would be able to move into that zone and leave more roadway width to get vehicles out? That's something that can be considered.
Yeah, as these phased buildings come through for plot plan review and approval, it's going to go back through not just commission, but obviously through all the staff again. And if at some point in time through review, either the deputy fire marshal or the assistant fire marshal decide that that's something that could be warranted, that can be discussed at that point in time when we get to the more specifics of the site development. Maybe it makes sense for that to occur, on a portion of it, but maybe not
Right,
all of it.
exactly,
And,
yes.
and those can be looked at, as fire does additional review.
That's kind of what I think is
And police, for that matter, public safety in general.
primarily that section where Industrial Way up to Jackrabbit, that section of road where you don't have the other alternative on the other side of the building, that, having a refuge area where, apparatus could park. And not necessarily paved,
You're
but-
talking about the 25-foot, that swath of emergency access road that
Yeah.
gets you to the bump gate or whatever the gate will be at Jackrabbit Trail?
Mhm.
So we got to 25 foot because I do believe it was a little bit more narrow than that. I don't know if there's additional right-of-way there too.
Well, not like Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit is, I'm thinking 4th Street.
Oh, okay.
So 4th Street up against the south boundary.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's where it's like, for consideration, does a rolled curb there make sense where apparatus would be able to move a little bit closer to the hillside?
Do you have a standard for a roll curb?
Excuse me.
Yeah, the county has a rolled curb, a mountable curb.
Does
Yeah.
Beaumont have that standard? That's
We've adopted the county standards.
doable.
Okay. I think that's a minor intervention that seems reasonable, Okay. Any other concerns, questions with fire?
I don't really have a lot of comments about fire because I know this is such an important piece. Safety is, I'm sure there's zero budget for safety. And I know Riverside County Fire takes this stuff very serious, and I know that the city does too. So for me, I trust the professionals. When I looked at the map, everything's, the questions that I had were answered today. So thank you. And thank you for the good questions there, Commissioner.
Jackrabbit access? Do we, that was an item that did come up.
We have confirmed with Caltrans that, let me give a brief background. So part of the discussion at the meeting in November was what happens if Jackrabbit Trail closes, right? So I received late this afternoon, evening, an email from Caltrans confirming that even if that access were to be closed to the public, it would remain open for public safety. Use. I did provide that to the deputy fire marshal, so she has that. That access also serves the adjacent project. And so if that were to be closed by Caltrans, it would affect not just this project, but an adjacent project that's another nearly 3 million square feet of industrial. So I think Caltrans is aware of that. But we did receive confirmation that it would remain open for public safety.
Because that was a concern of mine, just because the fire safety report, I understand better now. I haven't had a chance to go through it, did analyze a scenario where that wasn't there. But just because that was kind of a point on there, that's good. If it does become a ghost ramp, maybe I'll be the one to take a picture and add it to the California Highway Blogs page. Okay. Air quality, greenhouse gas. So this was a major community concern, was air quality, greenhouse gas. I just want to kind of go over a couple of points with that. The AQMD rules are no more than 5 minutes of idling before they have to be engines shut off or plugged into electric source, correct? Okay. And then the specific plan, Joel, I'm not sure if I understood, but you said that you were looking at 3 minutes, or did I mishear that?
The additional mitigation was 3 minutes for idling per circumstance. And I don't know exactly how that's measured, frankly, but per idling situation, I guess it's per truck.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how it's measured, but it's 3 minutes.
3 minutes. So it's in excess of the AQMD rule.
No, the AQMDU is 5 minutes. This is less, it's, well, in excess, yes, it's, it's less, it exceeds
the expectation of the AQMD rule.
Language is so important.
Words.
Okay.
It also exceeds the requirement in the plus plan, which just adopts the AQMD or has carried over the AQMD requirement.
And one of the things you brought up with the plus plan, I had a question on is it's 1,000-foot minimum buffer that we have with plus. And this project exceeds that in all locations, doesn't it?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it is beyond 1,000 from the building for sure. From property line, it may be right at 1,000 across the freeway and on into another property line. But from the building, I believe we exceed that 1,000 feet.
So even with the comment about, potential state legislation, we would still be compliant there as far as setback goes from sensitive receptors.
Correct, and that, the bill that the community members spoke about, we monitor closely legislation through our Department of Community Development and are keeping tabs on that as well because it would affect, it's specific to Riverside and San Bernardino counties now, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question, but I'll leave it for someone else if you want to jump in.
Oh, I have a question about this industrial portion of the project to meet LEED-ready requirements. Can you tell me what portion of the project and what certification? Is it like gold, silver, platinum?
Look at me.
Oh.
We got anybody here can answer that? Go ahead. Go for it.
Eeny, meeny,
We have an
miny.
expert.
No.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Good evening, Hasib Qureshi, Urban Crossroads. We prepared the technical air quality greenhouse gas reports for the project. So I think the question you're asking is the actual certification process itself, and that's separate from designing the building and building the building to meet the LEED standards, and that's what's being proposed right now. The certification is secondary, and that usually comes after. That's more of a, paperwork process where you submit all the documentation to a different body altogether. So
Yes, my question was, what industrial portion of this project design the industrial portion of this project to meet LEED-ready requirements?
Yeah, that's, my understanding is that is the entire industrial portion of the project. So that would be the roughly 5 million square feet of industrial space.
Could you explain what is LEED ready?
Yeah, so LEED ready is, it's incorporating sustainable design features to the building, to landscaping. It could be both, in the building, outside of the building, and surrounding the building. It promotes energy efficiency is the main point of it. And so there's different categories altogether. There's probably about 20 categories in the LEED program that you can pick from. So it's kind of a menu option list approach.
Right, and there's different levels of
Correct.
certification, right?
Yeah,
There's
once you
silver,
actually get to
gold,
that
platinum.
point. And sometimes the certifications can take, years to process once a building's actually built, constructed. And, it can also depend on whoever the tenant is that comes in, may decide to do, extra modifications, or they may require certain components for their process.
And what are silver, gold, platinum, or something like that?
Yeah, those are the
Those are the
levels.
ratings. Yeah, when you
Correct.
think about like a school like, I don't know, like UC Merced, for example.
Yeah.
The majority of it is LEED Gold, I believe.
Yeah,
So
that
this is
sounds about
before it was developed in the planning process, when they built it, they have a nice plaque that says you are LEED
Yeah.
certified, right? So that was my question, right? It says it's LEED ready. Is it LEED ready for gold? Is it LEED ready for?
Yeah, so the plan, and I'll let the applicant speak to it more specifically, the plan as of now was to design the building to meet all of the LEED requirements. Whether or not an individual tenant or the building applies for the LEED certification is separate, because again, that process takes a long time, or can take a long time, and there are extra costs associated with just getting that plaque, right?
So a couple of questions on that. So the site improvements, building design, that's generally where you're going to get your LEED credit.
Correct.
Is there anything that is tenant specific that they would need to do within the shell that would add to potential LEED points?
Yeah, there could be. There could be certain.
So are LEED points available for interior tenant improvements?
They can be, yes.
They can be.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm just trying to figure out as well, I think, is
Yeah.
like, an understanding that a particular applicant may not want to go and get the plaque
Right,
to put on their
exactly.
door. But is there a target that you guys are going for, is lead silver, lead gold? You
Yeah,
know, I
platinum.
can't imagine the platinum is achievable for an industrial project. But, you know, is there a goal that you guys are gonna be moving for as far as your site design, landscaping, so on and so forth?
Yeah, I'll defer that to the applicant if there's
Okay.
an actual level. I don't know the answer
Okay.
to that.
So
one.
LEED is a point system.
Yeah.
Certified gold or silver, gold, platinum. And I think, Phil can jump in if he wants to, but I think a lot of that detail will be hashed out when the buildings come in the actual, permit or plan
Yeah.
check process.
Right.
Because some of the components are going to vary depending on who the end user is, who the tenant is.
Exactly.
A self-storage facility is gonna be different than, you know, a cold storage or, you know, whatever. So,
Yeah, the reason I brought it up because I get excited with stuff like that, right? It's like
Yeah.
we have a LEED certified piece. I'm like, man, these guys are really. I mean, because I know how difficult it is to get a certification and a plaque like that. So for me, I'm like, wow, if we can get every building in Beaumont to be a LEED certified building, that is a huge feat, right? That's why I brought.
Well, even if it's, you know, even if it's not certified, but, you know, if we're going forward
the
and saying like,
standards, yeah,
we
that's-
are achieving, or we're gonna get enough points that we would be able to be certified for LEED
That's why I
silver.
wanted to know what is the
Right.
LEED ready piece, right? But I think you guys answered some of the questions there.
I apologize, I may not have been clear, but that is the plan, is to get enough points that they could apply for certification at the base level at a minimum.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
That answers the question. Thank you so much.
yeah.
And
And
then-
understanding that a tenant may not want to.
Yeah, which we
but-
can watch that as it.
Right, but you know, still the building design, if that's the goal, that's, now, is that anywhere in the specific plan? Is that mentioned as part of the design requirements?
I don't recall offhand that it's included in there, but if it's part of this presentation and now been put into the record, it's something that staff can ask for a breakdown on when we.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, when we, part of LEED, you know, LEED has evolved because it's been around, what, 20, 25 years now? So some of what used to be LEED certified are now just incorporated into Title 24 as, you know, energy code that we deal with on a regular basis. But some new stuff is obviously goals on efficiency have evolved, they've evolved. So we can work with applicants as they come in with their building plans prior to commission to give some sort of idea of what they're looking at from an efficiency standpoint and as it relates to what LEED certification, what would equate to LEED certification.
I think that would go a long way.
think so.
I think as residents are concerned about air quality and all that, you know, you guys could put that good step forward and to try to achieve that. That's huge, right?
Yeah.
Which would then lead to my next question, if that's okay.
Please.
It's the EV charging. I know we talked about that last time. These are all 175 ready for hookup, right? I can just show up with my Tesla and it's ready to go, or these are just the connections? These are just like the cables. Full charging install. Oh, that's big. That's perfect.
So, you know, with that, with the governor's mandate, whether or not that's achievable.
2030, yeah.
Right. You know, is conduit going to be placed where we could go to full electric conversion in the truck yard and the parking spaces in advance?
That's a tough one.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
That's putting in the correct conduit and providing the locations and that sort of stuff, and that's part of the whole electrification, charging for electrical charging for trucks. So we don't, for the cars, we're putting in the charging ready per building, as they get built. For the trucks, they're going to be required to provide these correct conduits and locations and boxes and service connections so that they could electrify when the time comes.
Whose obligation would it be, you know, once the building's in and operational, you know, if they say, oh, now we have 200 employees that have electric cars, whose obligation would it be to add additional charging stations? Would that be the lessee or the tenant? I'm seeing a nod.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Basically, you would need to do that to meet their employees' expectations.
Yeah, and that's a building permit. That's not even anything that
No,
necessarily.
yeah, that's fine.
That would come
I
back
just
here.
want to
Yeah.
make sure that we're future-proofing, that we're ready to go for that, so,
Yes.
okay. That answers that question. The lease credit, that was brought up as far as, in the presentation, that there was a lease credit available for tenants who would purchase electric vehicles. I'm guessing this is, you're switching vehicles you know, the vehicles within the site? Is that what the intent is here?
I believe, and I'll let somebody stop me if I'm wrong. Oh, good, Hasib's going to stop me, yay.
You might need, yeah, you might need a front row seat now.
So the credit that is being applied to purchase vehicles, that is for trucks specifically. So it's to incentivize, you know, tenants of the project to electrify their fleet.
So that would be,
For-
if, I'm probably speaking very out of my league here, so please correct me if
Yeah.
I am misstating, but I would imagine there's gonna be, like an Amazon, they have their own fleet that they own and operate. But, like, oh God, who was it? Shein or something bought the one that's on Cherry Valley. You know, if they don't have their own fleet, they're going under contract, then they just wouldn't necessarily, they're not buying the trucks at that point. So they would not be eligible for a lease credit.
I don't know, I won't speak to the eligibility. I'll let the applicant
Yeah,
or
it's-
somebody else speak to that. But what I can say is I understand your question, but I think what we're likely to see happen over the course of the next several years is the AQMD recently adopted a rule, indirect source rule for warehousing.
Okay.
And that is tied to the owner, or not, sorry, it's tied to the operator of the building. So whether they own their fleet or not, they are going to, if they generate a certain number of trucks or based on the number of trucks that they generate, so any building that's greater than 200,000 square feet, in this case, you know, all of our buildings meet that standard, they're going to be required to pay a fee to the air district for the number of trucks that they generate at their site, regardless of whether they, you know, own and operate that fleet or not. And so what I think you're going to start to see is incentives for even operators of buildings to encourage their, you know, third-party tenants to electrify. Because that's, the more electric vehicles they have, you know, it's, the simple way to explain is if you had, let's say you have 5 electric vehicles coming to your facility on a daily basis, you basically get a credit for that. So then instead of at the end of the year having to pay $200,000 to the AQMD, you may be only stuck with a $20,000 bill. So it's pretty significant and it encourages the electrification of the fleet.
Okay. So there is an incentive there if they do not own a fleet to contract with people
Correct.
who may be bringing electric vehicles.
100%, 100%.
Okay. I was just curious about the functionality on it.
Yeah.
And then who would, I guess, does that lease credit have an expiration to it? I guess that's a question for the applicant, not, you know, for here is that, you know,
I just heard 10 years is my
10
understanding.
years?
Yes.
Okay. Which puts us about when we'll have to be full electrification anyway.
Right.
What a coincidence, yeah. Well, there's also programs like the Carl Moyer program. I don't know if you heard of it. It's like a great program to trade in your vehicles and do all that. But the state is really adamant about, in order to qualify for this, you have to trade in diesel vehicles and you get that electric one. I mean, I don't think we're ready there for just to replace diesel, but it's a good step forward.
So for citizens concerned, the state has programs, the Air Quality District has programs in place that are encouraging the electrification of trucking fleets and are starting to look to penalize those who do not move, financially penalize those who are not moving towards an
Yeah,
electric
we've
fleet.
moved
correct.
past encouraging to the point of mandating.
Yeah.
So
It's coming.
it's, encouraging is lightly,
Right.
yeah.
Now,
So in that case, so my understanding then from the EIR is that the other air impacts are typically construction related. They would happen at any project that were to be built there.
That's correct.
That's correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And finances, that's the purview of council. I'm happy to skip over that part unless anybody has comments.
Nope.
Looks like there's a couple slides here that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, those were, the page from page. 25. Yeah, 25 is where we ended, so.
Right. But it's just highlighting,
Just some
it
additional
looks like data that's
information
out
that,
of the fires, the fire
Yes.
study for evacuation time.
Mhm.
That's in that document. Looks like it's clarifying the truck route map that you did put up for public review, public discussion.
some just additional information on the economic benefits. So just supplemental for what was addressed. We were conscious of time
Yes.
spent on this slide
Yes.
presentation, so that's why you got the 25 of it. Wanted to make sure we had enough time for questions, so.
Well, I mean, we're definitely taking our time. All right, thank you for bearing with us. Any other questions at this point before we really, I think, dive into discussion up here?
There was just one other issue we talked about in the last meeting, and we keep hearing referred to as the commercial will be completed during phase one. And do we have some absolute commitment on that? Is that in the plan? Is there something to hold the developer to doing that commercial in phase one?
So what I do know is the infrastructure for the commercial will be part of phase one. We do not have anything identified in the development agreement at this time that requires that the commercial be constructed and operational as part of phase one.
Okay, and part of that is dependent upon finding tenants. But if we have all the infrastructure there to where, once they identify a tenant, the tenant can go in. And yeah, I can see where the developer can't say, oh yeah, ABC hot dog stand will be in there, but if it's there so that it's ready to go. And of course, it behooves the developer to get someone to lease the property.
Correct.
Commissioner answered his own question.
That's it.
Okay, okay.
There was a question about lighting. They came up during public comment. As this would be within the city, it would be fully subject to the dark skies ordinance. All lighting would be shielded and directed downward.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you let us know how many recommendations we have right now, please?
I started to flip through these. Chairman Smith might have a better list even than I do.
Well, maybe. I'm on like 5 different sheets of paper, so finding them
Right,
could be a
slide by
challenge.
slide. So the first one we have is the, regarding the sign program and to have the sign program come back prior to permit issuance or construction so that we have a consistent branding, that matches up with what we have going on elsewhere in the city.
I have that as my first one as well.
Okay,
So, I'm just kind of looking for thumbs up, thumbs down. Is there consensus among commission
we good with
that
carrying
we're
that
good with carrying a
recommendation?
recommendation?
Well, because some of these are gonna get a little more difficult.
Yes.
Would you prefer that we just vote on this one? Like, let's say we bring up that first recommendation, have a brief discussion up here, and then vote on it and say that one will be part of the overall package, or?
Well, I think we can do that. We can do that informally.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to have a
Right,
formal
yeah.
vote to do so.
And
So-
don't worry, I'm gonna make sure I'm clear before we're
Yeah.
done here, because
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
know
make
there's
sure
a
what I
co-
take
yeah.
forward is accurate reflection of
good,
what
good,
you
good,
guys are wanting me to take to city council. So,
Okay, perfect.
I agree with Chairman Smith, it doesn't necessarily have to be formal. If I am not clear, I will make sure that we,
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, the recommendation as
get
presented to bring the sign program back for further evaluation.
Yes,
Do we have consensus among commission that that is a recommendation that we want to move forward with?
yes.
all right.
Okay,
Sorry, good. That's what I wanted.
there you go.
Solid, yes.
Now, there was some discussion on landscaping and whatnot, but I think all of that is.
Yeah, the wall discussion that helps.
Okay,
I didn't see any detailing on what that wall could or would look like in any of these renderings. So that's something that, again, we're trying to avoid
yes.
monolithic structures that are going to be for the public view. So I'd want to make sure that whatever the wall design is has vertical, horizontal relief, that it's got landscaping, low landscaping on in front of it. You have the trees to help to kind of block it. Just general good, good site design practice.
And that wall will come back to you to see before we approve it. So
Yeah.
we'll have that. And yes, staff, as you know, good planning practice, we try and avoid those long blank walls that become ripe for tagging or other types of, vandalism. So we will work with the applicant through the plot plan process to make sure that's adequately addressed.
So we're not gonna use that recommendation, right? There's no, so.
I'm not sure that there's a need for
Okay.
it.
Right,
Yeah, it was
I don't
just
think it's
discussion.
relevant at this point.
agree.
It's
Yeah.
more direction to staff
Perfect.
when it comes back in the site-specific format to make sure that we have
Right.
proper screening and proper design
Perfect.
included.
And okay, maybe there's do we want to have it mentioned in the SP that the wall design would have varied elevations, various, so on and so forth?
There's an entire section there's numerous
is.
sections talking about walls and fences and, but again, as part of the landscaping plans, as part of the design.
Right.
As I mentioned, the wall heights are minimum of 8 feet and maximum of 14 feet, and there's a number of materials identified as the appropriate materials and so forth. So I think the specific plan provides a broad enough palette of potential for the site designs to come in for analysis and review and say, yes, we want less, we want more.
I've just been on commission long enough to know that, sometimes, if it's not, not necessarily spelled out directly, but, as staff changes, as commission changes, that the intent that may have been
It's a valid point.
desired on there can change. So that, it's, if it's, I don't think that there's an objection to it, to making that on there. I just didn't know if it was worth mentioning as, somewhere in there, somewhere as a condition for the project. That it just shall be varied, so it's not a monolithic. To staff's acceptance?
Sure.
Well, it's got to come back as part of a plot plan to us.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't
Yeah.
think it needs to be addressed at this time. I think
Okay.
it's good direction to staff.
If it's gonna come back, we can
Okay.
give them some time, and there's already plenty of cushion there to
Yes.
decide, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so skipped past all of the slides that showed the photo sims, because we addressed those, and that brings us to the discussion on the traffic demand.
There was the grading.
Oh, okay. I had that on
And
a
I
different
tuned out a
paper.
couple of your comments throughout here. I've just been trying to think of a way to
Frame it.
frame it and enforce it. And I am struggling mightily to do so. Yeah. And I don't know if there is,
So your question is, or your concern is, if I understand correctly, is that you don't want the grading to proceed in a manner that everything will be cut down or changed so that if there is some change in the phases eventually, we won't be left with just piles of dirt or holes that are sitting there.
more or less, because if the developer is successful, and it's in their interest to be successful.
Of course.
Right? That the grading operation will proceed in such a manner, buildings will follow, the site will be fully developed. But, there's a number of sites throughout the region that were graded and abandoned.
Yes.
And that's my concern is that, if we're ripping down a hillside, how we do that. I don't know if that's something that we need to leave to staff's discretion to make sure that no one's getting too far out in front of their own skis.
How many vacant warehouses do we have sitting in the city of Beaumont?
To my knowledge, at this time, we have none.
So there's no pattern of that happening in our city?
No. Development like this is just sort of finding its way out here. Amazon One and, well, let's use Wolverine and Amazon as an example, right? Wolverine was built, and then it was a number of years before Amazon was constructed and open, but the demand was there. So it was built and and occupied. And then the Hidden Canyon project, which is the one that Chairman Smith had referenced before about being graded and then sitting for a while, that did change owners. And once the new owner got a hold of it, it was movement
Move pretty quickly after
pretty
that.
immediately, and both of those buildings are now occupied. And so, all of our smaller scale industrial that we have, like the manufacturing and stuff, that's all full. But our large scale industrial, the few buildings that we have are filled and occupied. Yeah.
So I don't think we need to look at the absolute worst possible scenario.
I agree.
I think there's no reason to believe that this developer is going to fold and just leave it sitting there, but in their intention is to grade as they need versus, they're not going in and clear cutting the forest.
Yeah. No, I agree with that statement too. I think they're trying to do this in good faith. They're investing, I think you said it was like, the first phase was going to be the biggest chunk of the expense out of 90 million. So they're already investing more on that first phase. So they have to, they kind of got the skin in the game here to develop it out. And I know the city's not going to, staff is not going to let it just sit there. So I know there's going to be a concerted effort to get this stuff built out. And I know we can't control the future.
Correct.
But at this present moment, it seems like this is their three-phase process seems to be fair for the development. So I would be comfortable leaving that as it is. And not
Proceeding as a phase development.
as a phase development, yeah.
Not applying for all three phases at one time.
Yes,
Correct.
yes. Phase
Okay.
1, phase 2, phase 3.
So essentially, you're good with what's proposed in the specific plan,
Yes,
okay?
I'm comfortable with that.
And Commissioner Cooley did mention, a change in the phasing plan. If that were to occur, it would have to come back here because it is part of the specific plan. So we can't arbitrarily change the phasing plan. If something substantial were to change, it would have to come back to commission and council as well for approval because it's embedded in the zoning document.
Right. The only thing I would change about phase 1, and I think Commissioner Cooley pointed to it, was really trying to find a way to put fire to their feet when it comes to the commercial side of things, to really get those, that hotel in place, get these commercial spaces in place so we can get some small businesses to open. So though it's being put on phase 1, what can we do on our end to try to keep them kind of accountable to push for those spaces, right? Is there anything we can include in language?
You can direct staff to carry forward something to city council to have them look at, where the commercial development would come into that phasing. Ultimately, what we typically see is it becomes a business decision, and I think the applicant alluded to that. But it's a discussion, again, at commission's direction that staff can carry forward.
I would like.
Yeah, I'd like to see, because I don't want to see a scenario where we end up with a hotel and a truck stop. It's like, I want to make sure that, it's being presented and proposed as a community amenity, that it does get developed as a community amenity. I understand that's the intent on the plan.
Let's push for that,
And that's
So
what's
are we
shown
talking
in the
about
SP.
timing, or are we talking about uses? Because the uses are pretty clearly defined,
Uses
and
are
I
pretty
don't think
clear.
there's any issue
I don't think that there's
there.
room to, with the uses we have on the
Right.
table now.
I think it's timing.
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 So
So
do you
I'll-
want to provide a specific recommendation, or would you just like to direct staff to ask council to discuss the timing on commercial?
I think the timing on commercial would be the best, because it is a business decision, and it is gonna be driven by the market demand for that. But the public was very adamant about that today, and I know that's the comments I've gotten back, is they really wanna see that thing built out first. But I know it's not something you can just do, right? But I think having that discussion at the city council, what further this conversation. So yeah, I would say direct it.
I would lean towards, prior to phase 3, so prior to
Okay.
build out. But, I think that direction of the city council
Yeah, would
is
probably be
on
better.
what that appropriate threshold is to have a site developed there.
So everyone is okay with that there?
Yeah, and I think, once the infrastructure's there, it's there, the citizenry is going to see the police signs, the stuff that's popping up, so I think that meets that need.
Clear. Okay, so good with grading as proposed. discussion on commercial timing. Now we're on to.
Truro. On traffic.
Okay, so traffic demand management, I want to
Let's
break
do a
these up.
traffic
'cause
demand
yeah,
management,
so I
yes.
think traffic demand management plan seemed like there was general consensus
Yes.
that that was
I
something
think so.
that we wanted to include as a recommendation.
Yes.
Or a condition, ultimately.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So we have that.
Specifically, we want to see teeth on something like this.
Yeah.
Correct, okay. And then. Yes, okay. And then the other part of the discussion, the more robust portion, was regarding Potreros. So I will turn it back over to
I
Chairman
think,
Smith to.
like I said, I think the horse is fairly well beaten on this one. You know, it's just whether or not where we're at. You know, I think we have, you know, I think you've made your point known. I think Commissioner Cooley, you made your stance known. Commissioner Stevens, I'm not sure where you're at on it. You agree with?
I agree with what was discussed on
So we got the two different things on there, you know, because for me, my hill I'm dying on is funding to make sure that Potrero gets built.
And, I mean, one of the things that I was concerned about is that there's 20 million shortfall. Well, what's that shortfall gonna look like?
In a year and a half.
Yeah. And if I recall correctly, the on-ramps, you know, that whole intersection, it needs to be built out.
So I'm thinking we might be at 2-2 on this.
Stalemate right here.
So I'm gonna, Robert can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but, so the applicant is gonna pay their diff and their TUMP and their other impact fees as required. And do the improvements, which are all tied to a nexus, right? They're all triggered by the project itself. We don't necessarily have a nexus to require an applicant to bear the full cost of closing that gap. Now, is it a request that could be made? Sure. Is it reasonable? Debatable, right? Depending on who you ask. We have the community benefit fee, and that's again to the tune of roughly 5 million. You can recommend council discuss it. You can recommend they have a discussion on how to use that community benefit fee. You can, I can include in the narrative a discussion that it was 2 saying it needed to be built and 2 saying that they were okay with, you know, how things are moving forward. It's really up to the commission on how you want me to carry this particular piece. As staff, I don't believe we have a nexus to require closing the gap on that 20 million for Potrero. Is it a request that can be made? Sure.
Would the rest of the commission be happy with just throwing that out to the commission, say that that did come up, and that we did discuss it, and we were split as to whether or not we should look for the developer to cover that, or that the city needs to address that and figure out what to do?
Yeah, I
Should
mean,
that problem occur?
I mean, the way that I see it is, in a perfect world, I'd like to see that Potrero on and off ramp completed. But my experience with the state, the county, there's so many entities. Even when we look at an intersection like Pennsylvania, right? We want to see that interchange, but we're looking at Caltrans, city, county, and then, you know, Pacific Rail. Right? We have all these entities that have to have their hand in the pot, and the decision-making process to make something like that happen is very complicated. Caltrans is just as complicated. So for me, they're doing everything they can. I mean, again, I threw this out there earlier. Would they voluntarily provide more funding? This is a business decision. But I agree with staff, we don't have a nexus to force them to do something like that. What we can do is leave this back up to city council and say, we were split on this decision, and we'd like for them to further discuss this. Because at the end of the day, they're the electeds that have to make these hard choices, even though we're making some difficult ones now.
No, we're
Yeah.
appointed to make the hard choices. too.
And we're having them, but without a fifth.
I haven't slept in nights now, so.
You haven't slept at nights. So my piece would be the same as Commissioner Cooley. My recommendation would be we send this back to city council and say this piece here, we were just split on. And I think all of us were pretty passionate about how we feel about this. But I think we're kind of at a stalemate, and I wish I can convince you guys otherwise, but I think we're kind of stuck on this.
Weird zoom all of a sudden cut over
Yeah.
my eye.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Letting this be brought back to city council for that discussion? I mean, because we can't force them to do that. That's
But a
just.
development agreement, it's a private party, it's a private agreement between the city and a
Yes.
property owner.
Correct. Yeah, and that's
So-
why I said, I mean, can you request or recommend council make the request? Sure.
We can do that.
That's, that's something that you could do. Is there,
I'd rather see the council recognize that we see that as an issue and the council address it versus telling the council that we recommend they require the developer to come up with the money or the city find a way. I think we just recommend to the council that we see that as an issue and they need to be aware of it.
And council's the only one that can negotiate that dollar, was it $1.50 or $1 or something like that?
Yeah, that's their.
right now, it's set in this development agreement at $1 per square foot. The way that the plus policy actually is going back to city council in February, and the discussion we had last month at council on this was, the community benefit fee is gonna be looked at on a per project basis. So, the request for, fees would be, relative to what sort of, impacts or whatnot that the project would have.
Yeah, it just seems like we need an immediate relief of the traffic congestion, with, I think the last grade separation was banning the sunset grade separation. That was like 45 million or something like that.
I believe so.
Back in the day. And Pennsylvania is going to probably be more.
Oh, yeah.
So with that we need relief. And I think this is, like, we need to.
I don't think, there's no doubt about that. We all live in Beaumont. We all know the struggles that it faces. So I think we're all kind of on the same stance there, but how do we find a way to make them happy and residents happy? And this is where the hard choice comes in, right? And for me, looking at the facts are, there's the nexus piece. I'm looking at what they're contributing, what they're giving, and I feel like they're being fair. And what can we do to be fair with them?
So I think, a point to keep on this is that, in my mind, if this was land that was anticipated in the general plan to be industrial land, to move forward with that, yes, I would agree with you. This was land that's outside our sphere. It's outside of our
It's
general
in our
plan.
sphere, it's
in our
outside
sphere.
of our boundary.
It's outside of our
Correct.
boundary, it's within our sphere. It is a very low-intensity land use. And, when you're coming in and saying, I'm looking for this significant of a change in land use, that there is a greater give to have the opportunity to take something from a very low intensity to a very high intensity. And I feel very strongly and that needs to include mitigating for the traffic. If the rest of the city in the industrial area builds out, with industrial uses, and we don't have Potrero, that's California, Beaumont Avenue, Penn, we're not gonna get a full interchange of Pennsylvania. It's gonna remain a partial.
It's gonna take time.
We don't have good access on there. And it's, just along with the site characteristics and needing to blend into the hillside, that's a cost for this large of a land use change in my mind. And, for me, the recommendation needs to be that it is contingent upon providing the funding to have Portero built. This is a big land use change. And there's big repercussions that come with that.
Yeah, and I think they've done the study, the traffic studies to determine what their true impact would be, right? So I agree with you, yes.
So I'm not comfortable with a recommendation to council that does not include that piece.
So we're kind of at a stalemate here, staff. What do we do to move forward?
Yeah, we,
Because it's a 3-1 vote for any action at this point, right? You know, it's.
right, correct, yeah. So, I mean, it moves forward regardless, because this is a recommendation, I guess regardless of whether you forward a recommendation of approval or denial, that's the recommendation that would be carried forward. So the decision commission has right now relative to this particular recommendation is how I need to carry it forward. So do I carry it forward as it was a 2-2 split, two that, you know, are satisfied with what's proposed and including the community benefit fee and whatnot, what's included in the DA, and then two that have requested council, you know, hold further discussion and require that the gap be closed on the Potrero funding? Do you want to tie that to any particular phase in your recommendation?
The funding of Potrero?
You said phase 2, right? I think that's what you had.
So the presentation was that phase 1 would go with, you know, Oak Valley has access and other points. And then with phase 2 would be able to have full, that was a comment that was made at the last hearing.
No trucks ever going on Oak Valley.
No. But you said, you know, starting at phase 2, Potrero would be able to handle 100% of the truck trips.
The traffic study says we don't need Potrero at all for any of the project.
That's the way that I understood it.
Or Oak Valley Parkway for any of the project. That's what the traffic study says. So the opening of Potrero doesn't affect the traffic study from the viability of the project. What it affects is where the trucks are gonna go. That's all it affects.
And then they put the traffic piece so they don't go up north on Potrero. So
But
it doesn't.
That's,
No, again,
that's already assumed. That's
There's the
assumed.
viability,
That's what I'm saying.
there's the viability, and then there's the trade-off to the community for this much of a land use change.
Well, I'm not arguing the rationality of your position, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that you're clear, that the commission is clear on what the traffic study says. And
Okay.
the traffic, so that when you are discussing this, that you're discussing the facts, the traffic study says that that the project will work all the phases will work without Potrero interchange, and that none of the traffic has been directed north on Oak Valley Parkway, and none of the truck traffic has been directed north. So Potrero, the interchange would be great, but a traffic study doesn't require it, and the project doesn't require it. Okay, I guess that's all I'll say about it, just so that you're clear on that point.
And just
you.
one last clarification.
Yes, sir.
On this. Your presentation tonight, it said truck traffic demand management plan, and the last bullet point is prohibit trucks from using specific routes, Potrero and Oak Valley Parkway north. So it's there. It's saying that they're not gonna use that, period.
Right.
Regardless whether Potrero interchange is open. or
Because
not,
we didn't,
right?
because the traffic study says we don't need it, therefore we're happy to prohibit it, and we'll do that with financial penalties.
So I'm clear on Commissioner Garay and Commissioner Cooley's position. Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Stevens, if you want to give me some language that you'd like me to carry forward, I can do that. And for commission's benefit, what happens is the staff report goes to council along with a summary of what happened at both the November and this meeting with Planning Commission. And staff provides, you know, where recommendations are appropriate, bullet pointed recommendations that would be included in our recommendation to council, but we also will provide the narrative. And I think this is something that would be provided as part of the narrative and the discussion with council so that they understand the significance of this particular part of the discussion here this evening. So again, I don't mind carrying forward both components of this conversation. I want to make sure that I capture from Chairman Smith and Commissioner Stevens, the proper language to include for council in our discussion.
I don't know if I can give you the proper language, but, and thank you for the traffic study explanation. Fully understand that. I'm torn because we're adding so much in other areas that where's the public benefit? What are we going to do back for the citizens? That's where I'm kind of torn.
So my idea on the language would be that, the project would have an obligation to fill funding shortfall to build Potrero interchange. I think it's that simple.
At what point in the project, though? Since we are talking about something that's phased, I would.
I'd say prior to phase 3.
Prior to phase 3, okay.
Can I ask a question, just as clarification? $100 million shortfall, $20 million shortfall, $5 million shortfall? What do you expect the applicant to pay?
I don't know.
Well, that's right. So it's really not reasonable, Mr. Chairman. I will argue. I do want to argue the point about the general plan amendment and the change of intensity, because I just thought of what the project is bringing. The project is bringing $24 million a year over 20 years to the city's general fund. That's the difference between having an open field out there with houses that will never get built and having an industrial project in the city. It's $1.6 million in the general fund surplus. It's a 22% increase in the city's job base and the sales tax associated with that. It's 5,400 permanent jobs. That's the difference, and that's why the city should approve an industrial commercial project instead of leaving that land empty. That's the reason. So I don't.
Every other who might come in there wants this project.
Right, and the residential component of this, the residential use of this project has been gone over by residential developers for my entire career. In fact, we did, I think I drive a fancy car because of how many times we've designed that thing. Frankly, this is the best use. It's consistent. It's adjacent to the city's industrial area. It's along the freeway. It's consistent with the city's general plan. There is no reason to doubt that this is a good idea. And the economic benefits of this project are such that the city should not be, in my opinion, my humble opinion, should not be grinding on the developer to support something that they can't possibly support. If you said $1 million, $1 million prior to development of the 5th phase, maybe we could figure out a way to do that. And I'm conjecturing for the developer, I'm not promising anything. But with no number, it's a fairy tale. So I think that there's enough economic benefits to the city and to the community that further, I'll call it extractions, are not reasonable. Thank you for your time and attention.
So I just want to add, I'm just because I have to finance this project. So if you have just a number that you can't actually quantify out there, my capital source and funding into all the infrastructure and building this out, it's in a vacuum, right? If they can't know what the misnomer possibly is in regards to that. So it creates some difficulties, if you will, in capitalizing the project on that. Mm-hmm. Secondly, tying the commercial to the phasing of this too creates some turbulence. Because I'm amortizing this infrastructure, this cost over 5 buildings or over the square footage that I get to build. So some of the stuff is that we're good to talk about, but they got to be quantified and they got to be thought of in regards to kind of taking on this size of infrastructure and if you will. So that's the other part of it too. And thank you.
So he's willing to have that conversation. I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate to staff there, but if your number's 20 million, according to staff here, what is a comfortable number?
I don't know, because I would imagine that staff is continuing to look for funding sources to close that 20 million.
Oh, absolutely.
That there are It is a priority for council. It's a stated priority for council.
So I'm, for the sake of time and whatnot, this conversation, as far as numbers and financing, really is a
Purview of
conversation
council.
for council.
Right.
And so I fully understand Chairman Smith's perspective. I've said from a staff perspective, what I will say about, the whole funding and community benefit and all that discussion. So I would recommend that maybe we don't put a number on this, and I know that the applicant is not comfortable with that, but again, this is a discussion point recommendation for council. This is not a condition of approval or something that's attached to the DA or anything at this point in time. Council has to make that ultimate decision. They have to decide if they even want to ask of the applicant that request. They have to decide if they, how they want to use the community benefit funding, or if somehow that funding is linked to something else, right? So it really is a discussion best had at the council level, but I'm going to carry it forward, and I can relay the.
So not just a point of clarification on the presentation, nothing to do with what
Sure.
you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, the 24.9 million general fund surplus anticipated over 20 years because of this project. Is that at full build out? And what's the time frame of that surplus?
I don't have the details of the financial analysis. It was in the EIR, so the details are with staff. It's in the record. It's 1.6 million annual general fund surplus, and I would suspect that that's at build out.
Okay, thank you.
And the 24 million would be at build out as well.
Okay, over the 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So, at the end of the day, our purview is land use. That's what we've been tasked to do by council is land use. I try to leave financial benefit, jobs, that kind of stuff out of the discussion and look at land use compatibility, land use decisions as my guiding principle on planning commission. And, if I got to weigh pros and cons, because this is a discretionary item, a land use change, general plan amendments are discretionary items. And do the project benefits outweigh the project costs? And, I agree that, council has indicated that the south side of the 60 is where these land uses are appropriate. And we check the box, this project is south of the 60. That, at build out, that we are not going to need to have trucks that are driving through residential and our commercial areas and already congested areas to get there. So I get that. This checks a lot of the boxes. We exceed the plus requirement, we exceed 1,000-foot setback, we're separated by a freeway and railroad. There's a lot of things that are there. But, when weighing what we're going from to what we're going to and community cost and benefit, I'm stuck on Potrero. And that's my position. And I hate having an action where we're at a stalemate, because I feel that's where we're at with 2-2. And unfortunately, we're going to have a fifth member who is able to be our tiebreaker.
Right, well, the 2 and 2 is just on that one discussion point, correct?
It is, but I'm not comfortable making for a recommendation to council to approve without that recommendation to go with it.
Understood. So
If I can help with that part of it, I think that the recommendation should be what the consensus has been. And the part that there is not a consensus on, to take a vote separately on it, so that vote goes to council, so that they can see that there was which it's all gonna be summarized anyways. But it shows that there was significant discussion on it and what the final vote was from the commission. And like with everything else with this item, council has final decision on final approval. And so what they're doing is they're taking this information, you guys are the sounding board and have gone through, every step in detail like they want you to, and then they have to use that to make their final decision. So I think if you take that part separate, so that they show what the vote was to help them guide their final decision.
So as far as those recommendations, then, is that what you're referring to, the recommendations, not the project itself?
So yeah, that's where I
Right.
get
So
kind of get stuck.
So
is-
the project itself, staff is recommending the planning commission forward a recommendation of approval to city council on the application packet, all 9 of them that work together. And that would be with the discussion points and recommendations that commission has directed staff to carry forward. So what we would need then is a motion and a second and a vote on the recommendation to council. And then the discussion on Potrero becomes part of the narrative and the staff report and all that stuff that goes to council so that they have the information on that particular part. Because that really is the one piece that.
It is the one piece. I think
The
that's
one
where
piece
we're
that's the
split.
crux for this body.
Yes. But, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with a yes vote on the project and here's this thing on the side. And that's kind of where I get stuck on there with having it as the 2 actions. I would much rather have it
No,
be.
2 actions, no. So I mean, I've got the recommendation points to carry forward unless you feel there's a need to vote differently on what I need to carry forward relative to that conversation. As far as forwarding a recommendation, that has to be one action. We can't have 2 votes. It's either you're forwarding a recommendation of approval or you're forwarding a recommendation of denial. And the discussion that took place here tonight becomes part of that rationale as to why the commission voted the way they did.
Okay, so then I'll make a recommendation, or I'll make a motion that we forward a recommendation to approve the Beaumont Point project's 9 applications for 541.2, the unincorporated acres within Beaumont with the points that
Yes.
are added in by the staff. And
Understood.
that's my motion.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
All right. Time for a vote.
Ready?
So the motion on the floor is to recommend approval
Yes.
with
The
the 4
recommendation.
points that we agreed on in, the discussion items.
And the additional discussion.
And we were done on all those points, right? That was the last one, was this?
Potrero was-
Yes,
That was the last one I
one.
had on my notes.
Yeah.
Right.
Was there anything else that
No,
you had?
no, that was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So originally, when the clerk, I was confused because I was agreeing what you were saying, but then it seems like it changed. Am I wrong? It seems like it changed what the clerk was saying.
We have to carry forward one motion on entitlement projects.
Okay.
And so if there was a different direction on what you wanted me to carry forward from a recommendation standpoint, we could have addressed that separately. But as far as the entitlement packet, that has to be
Approval or denial.
together because it's all bundled up together. So we can't just vote on one without, we can't pull one piece out without causing a problem for the entire entitlement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were saying the same thing.
I didn't realize the entitlement needed to be an entire package, so it's.
Yeah, it's bundled
Okay.
together. So we can't pull out a component of the
So okay.
EIR
All right.
that we
Right.
don't agree with and then vote on the rest of it. That's not how it works.
Got it, okay.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And so that it'll be then recommended to discuss, the council will discuss those items that,
The recommendation we carry forward, if Commissioner Cooley's motion passes, the recommendation that's carried forward would be a recommendation from the Planning Commission of approval with these recommended changes, which is to the signage program and the landscape wall, various grading things that we discussed, the discussion on the phasing of the grading plan, the commercial component being part of, whatever that, and then the discussion, additional discussion on Potrero. And so council would then choose whether or not they wanted to take up that discussion, since that was part of the recommendation.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and we do have a second. So we would need a vote, please.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Just because I'm stubborn and I feel that it's important, I'm a no.
No, okay.
So at 3-1, the item passes. This is now City Council's issue.
Thank you, Commission, for your work this evening. We do have one more item, if we
Yes.
want to take a few minutes, and not for you guys, applicants, you're free to
Yeah,
leave.
Well,
Welcome
I-
to stay if you have nothing better to do.
I think the final item should be relatively brief. So I'll just let a minute for the crowd to dissipate, and then we'll move on to that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, somebody else.
So we need about a 5-minute break? Okay. All right, so we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Are we back on? All right, we're good. Thank you, everybody. For anybody who is still here. It shows some tenacity to stick around till 10:30 at night for a reorganization, so. All right, so the next item on the agenda, I've packed up my notes. Can I borrow this?
Absolutely.
All right, item C4, reorganization of the chair and the vice chair. A quick staff report, please.
Sure. Just a little background. Annually, the Planning Commission has the opportunity for reorganization. There's currently no policy in place for a process for the commission. However, there is a policy in place that council uses. So in previous years, we have mirrored council's process just to help with selecting chair and vice chair among the commission. So I've laid out in the staff report the exact process that council uses, and basically it just helps to set an order. And then I track that order, and so then each year I bring it forward with the current tenure, the current sequence, and then if you would like to use the sequence order to choose your chair and vice chair, it's there and available for you.
All right. So yeah, so last year, you know, in the rotation, the next person in line declined the offer. You know, and so we went back at that point, I think we opened up the nominations. You know, in previous years, we've gone right through the sequence. You know, like generally, it's, like I said, it's not formally adopted, but that's generally been where we started, and that's where I was intending to start again, was to, at that position. You know, so with that, the, says vice chair's vacant in the current sequence. The vice chair currently is Commissioner Stevens, correct? Yes.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, if we follow this rotation, you would be eligible for chair.
I'd be in favor of opening it up for nominations.
Okay. You know, commission, is there any other thought or discussion before we go to nominations, if we want to move that way, or do we want to just move to the next, down the sequence?
Yeah, I like the sequence.
Okay.
It seems to work so well for the council. I've been on other committees that open it up to the vote, and that, it just didn't seem to work well as well. Yeah, I'd like to suggest we follow the sequence. It works really well for the commission. I've been on another committee in the city, and we did the voting and the nominating, and it just didn't flow as easily, and it ended up with.
Commissioner Cooley, you're next in line then.
I didn't realize that, but you know, that was my comment. And I'm still in favor of following the sequence because it gives some continuity.
So Commissioner Cooley, would you be wanting to take chair for next year?
I don't think I have an option after that comment.
And next year meeting, starting next meeting, correct?
Yes, starting next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm willing to do that.
Okay. So we have that for chair. Beyond that, you know, as we move down, we've got two new members who are both appointed simultaneously. So there's not a seniority.
There is.
I went by votes.
Yeah.
Because it does lay that out within the
It
council's
does lay that out
policy.
within the council.
Yes, technically Commissioner Southard was appointed first, even only by a few minutes, but yes.
Based on votes.
Perfect. Well, if we're going by, yeah, the sequence there, I would be happy to fill vice chair if that's something the commissioners would agree with.
Okay. So I think what's up to us at this point is by following through with the position that we'll take a vote for Commissioner Cooley as chair and Commissioner Southard as vice chair. So, what was that?
Separately?
Sure.
It
Sure.
could be
What?
one.
This is what we do all the time?
Do you prefer one vote or?
One voted for.
Oh, no, let's take it as a slate.
Yeah, so you can do it together.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you meant. I thought you meant as in we're each going to vote separately. Roll call vote, please.
We need
Oh, do we vote?
We need
a motion and a second.
I'm
We need
sorry.
a motion and a
That is my
second.
motion then to, move forward with Commissioner Cooley as chair and Commissioner Southard as vice chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner Southard,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooley, you get to do all this for the next project.
Yeah, as long as I get your cute little cheat sheet. Now I have a question. Is there a meeting 2 weeks from tonight?
So
There was some question about,
I was going to recommend that we discuss that because it does fall on Valentine's Day.
Well, that's the
Oh,
next
I'm
regularly
sorry, the
scheduled
next
meeting.
I'm sorry, you're talking about in the next 2 weeks? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
yeah.
That I
Yeah,
don't
in
have.
January, there was a
24th?
request made whether or not we would be available on the 24th of January. Is there a meeting on the 24th of January?
At this time, we do not have anything scheduled for the 24th.
That is correct.
All right. So we go back to the agenda. I believe the next item is, we have planning manager comments in her absence.
So we miss her terribly this evening. Carol, if you're listening. Planning Manager Kendrick will be back next week and hopefully be in attendance for the next regular meeting. I don't have anything for you this evening, but Assistant Planner Fountain will give you the Planning Manager update.
This is just going to go over the agenda or the meetings for next month. So the first one does fall on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. So I wanted to see who's had availability, who will be here for a meeting.
I will be here.
I will.
Okay.
I will be available, but I will need to bank some life points before that. Yeah, I was about to say, maybe, can we consider maybe moving this meeting? If we moved it to the 22nd, what is 24th? Oh, but I have a
I
concert.
am unavailable.
You're unavailable?
The optional meeting for
I'm not
February
here
is on
anymore,
the
so it doesn't matter.
28th.
On the 28th? I think that's fair. That way we can let staff also take a break. It is Valentine's
The
Day.
28th, I will be out of town.
For the 28th, Carol does have Orchard Logistics on the agenda.
For a second meeting in February.
So.
So we are
that
looking,
would
so
just
we
need
are
to
looking
get
at having
confirmed.
two meetings in
No,
February.
I think it's to skip Valentine's Day meeting, right?
I'm just checking for availability on it. We do not have anything. I have a CUP coming up for Golden Massage. I'm still waiting for payment, so that could fall in February, depending on when we get payment and everything transmitted. So I was just wanting to check.
If we push that back for March, what would be the next meeting for March? Would that,
March 13th.
March 13th?
Yeah, but I hate to keep a business owner waiting on us to get a CUP.
Yeah, because it has been extended with the holidays.
Right.
already.
I see.
Yeah.
So,
But they haven't paid yet.
They haven't
I
paid
think
yet.
that,
Waiting for
for
payment.
major projects, for sure, I want to make sure that all
Yeah.
commissioners are going to be available, but,
February's good for me.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So who again on the 28th would not be available?
Cooley.
Okay. And
Let me check.
14th, though, everybody but Commissioner Gray?
I'll have
Or
to
are you-
discuss that with my wife.
Okay. Got it.
I hate to say this, but mine's used to being disappointed, so it's probably going to be okay.
I have been married for 53 years, Valentine's has come and gone.
Yeah, I was just trying to see where everyone was at, so.
I already
we
have
can-
28th on my calendar, so.
Okay.
Okay. If anything changes, Carol will
Okay.
reach out.
So as of right now, 14th is still game.
If there's items.
If there's items.
If they pay.
But
if
we
there's a
will
CUP.
definitely let you know.
Okay, perfect.
That's all I had.
All right. Well, thank you. We will adjourn then at 10:38.